I had it perfect and then I moved it around. Hi,
Had
guys.
it
Oh,
perfect and then I moved it around.
hi,
Had
guys.
it
Oh,
perfect and then I moved it around.
and I forgot to mute it. I apologize. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope everybody's doing well today. I am excited to be here on a Saturday evening with you all. And I know that most of you have already clocked in for your shifts because I can see it just down here. 18 of you. Excellent work. So proud. And there's 18 and 18 watching. That is excellent. I'm so happy for that. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Delphi. Hi, Sashina. Hi, Lisa B. Hi, Courtney. Hi, who else was here? Lawrence Browning was here earlier. Uh, Grammy Rita, R. Fulmer. I hope Tanya Roach. I hope you guys are all doing well. Please let me know what you had for dinner tonight. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, let me know what you wish you had. Is it anybody's birthday today? We had 3 big birthdays yesterday. So let me know if it's your birthday today. I'd love to wish you a happy birthday. Uh, we are first going to start out with a new judge. Oh, sorry. Tanya, is it your birthday? Oh, I had a feeling. Amy, I'm so glad you're feeling better. We're glad to see you, friend. Tanya, I believe it's Tanya's birthday. I'm going to make a note of that. Sashina had spaghetti with some extra chunky Parmesan cheese. Now she's enjoying Azul and lime and Bacardi and Coke and Sprite. That's a lot. Tupac's birthday was yesterday. What? Oh my gosh. I don't think Tupac was in yesterday. Otherwise, I would have said that. I sang yesterday. Happy birthday. With ice. Love it. Okay. Now, Delphi, do you mean Tupac the rapper, who's obviously still alive, or do you mean Tupac the bird who watches court? Because we have both around. Oh, you're a March baby, me too, Tanya. I'm March 25th. So, I'm a March baby as well. Let me just see here. Oh yeah, so new judge, Tupac the dead rapper. Okay. Dead rapper, no. I'm just joking. 19th. Are you an Aries or are you still like a Pisces? I'm an Aries. I'm very cuspy, as people say. But happy birthday to anybody whose birthday it is. If today's your birthday, happy birthday. Also, um, this judge, hi Ron. I hope you're doing well too. Um, Give me one moment. I'm pulling up
Michigan
uh
versus Wilson.
that one. Um, if you are, oh, that's sad, Amy. Sorry to hear that. Not about March, but about the turtle. Um, okay. Shit. Oh, there's 20 of you in here. Oh, 21 likes. Okay, that's fine. We're good then. We're good. It's not Tanya's birthday, Lisa. I made that up. I made that up. Tanya's birthday is in March. I apologize. Okay, so the first judge, oh, look at we're at 23. I love it. The first judge we're gonna watch is a new one. I don't even know how to say the last name. I don't. So we're gonna figure that out together. The reason I'm watching this, it's a short clip, and because the judge's little speech is different than the one we normally hear. It's very similar and it's got the same gist, but it's a little bit different. So that's why I wanted to listen to this one. And oh, look at that, 26 likes. I love you guys. You're so great clocking in for your shift. Oh, med check, med check, med check. That means if you take meds, take them or think about taking them. Drink some water. If you don't, come tell us what it's like if you don't take medication. We'd love to hear about that. We don't really know what that's like. And oh, Mayor's punched in. That's excellent news. So, this is I think it's a plea, but let's just listen. You'll see why. I think you guys, as avid court watchers, will hear the difference in the words. And I'd love to hear what you think it was. So let's continue before we get into the big D.
File 231562 SM. Let's have appearance, please.
Terry Byer for people.
Jordan Safey on behalf of Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, state your name, please, for the record.
Jamie Wilson.
All right. Mr. Safey, you want to state your understanding, please?
Yes, Your Honor. It's my understanding Mr. Wilson will admit to disturbing the peace, and the people have agreed to dismiss the original charge of domestic violence.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. And that being
First things first, we got a standing judge. I love it when we have standing desks. I personally am a standing desk type person myself. I'm like looking at this. I wrote this down. Yeah, he had a domestic violence charge that is pled down to disturbing the peace. But again, the difference is going to be in the standard sort of language that we hear them talk about in terms of advisements of rights. So listen for the differences. Like I said, I love standing desks. I think they're great. I mean, I get a lot more work done when I'm standing, but yeah, that's me.
the case, then, Mr. Wilson, you heard what your attorney stated. Is that your understanding and agreement?
Yes.
And you realize that you have a right to proceed to trial, and if you went to trial, the prosecutor would be obligated to prove that you are in fact guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand further that if you make a plea to disturbing the peace here today, there's not going to be a trial. People are going to dismiss the domestic violence charge, and you're going to tell us you're guilty of disturbing the peace, and that's how the matter will be resolved. There will be no trial. Is that your intention?
Yes.
Has anyone tried to frighten you or force you into doing this?
No.
Has anyone made any promises to you that I'm not aware of?
No.
Do you understand? Are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole right now for any other criminal convictions?
No.
The allegation indicates that this is an incident that happened on May 14, 2023. Is that true?
Yes.
The allegation is this incident took place in Ganges Township of Allegan County in state of Michigan. Is that also true?
Yes.
It's alleged you were involved in an incident with Melissa Wilson that disturbed the peace. Is that true?
Yes.
And was law enforcement called?
Yes.
And what happened?
Got into a argument outside.
And
Getting loud.
And it disturbed, it wasn't just a private matter, so it was disturbed the public peace at that point.
Right.
All right, people satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Safey, are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that's sufficient.
All right. All right, sir, you provided me with the basis to accept the plea. I will do so. Fines and costs will be $200. State costs $50. Court costs $200. Crime victim right fee of $75. A total of $525 over the period of 90 days. If you need more time to take care of it, you can contact the court. We'll work with you on that. All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you, sir. You can leave the court.
Thanks. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, so did anybody catch the different terms that this judge used instead of what we would maybe hear Judge Middleton say or Judge Simpson when they're taking this plea? It is in Michigan again, and I found it very interesting. The word stuck right out at me, and that's why I started watching and listening again. So, oh, what's up, Charles? Be serious. Talk to us and be serious. The word I'm talking about, by the way, was frightened. Has anybody frightened you into making this plea? I thought that was a very interesting phraseology. I just knocked something over. It's okay. It's empty already. Um, anyways, they did not, Charles. That seems not good. Well, people ask me about things a lot, and it doesn't mean it's always the way it is. So keep that in mind. We're behind you, and we love you. Let me get Big D going here. Just pull this down. Also, one of you assholes unliked the video. I saw that. And I'd like you to come forward and explain why you did that. While I pull up the Big D. Oh, see, and another one of you assholes did it again. Oh, you're just doing it to piss me off. Oh my God. I swear to God. Oh, this guy looks crazy. Okay. Hi, search for Spock. Charles, can we tell who so people know about your situation? Charles has had some pretty major surgeries over the last little while, guys, some amputations, and is going through some stuff. And so we are all working together to send positive vibes to Charles and help him in any way that we can. Hi, Spock. Um, they might think that. They might think that, Sashina. Some people think it costs money to subscribe, but it doesn't. It's free to subscribe and like. Um, okay. Hi, Yaya. I hope you're well too. We are doing well. We have, let me just dip. Look at this situation here. Quite the situation going on. So, if you're new here, this is Dismissal Dan. He is and hospice, right? Charles, oh man, I hope you have somebody helping you like deal with these kinds of conversations. That's such hard stuff to deal with on your own, you know? But we are here for you, promise. Look at those likes going up. Thank you guys. These are the votes that we use in the chat. We base each contestant that comes before Dismissal Dan has an opportunity, and you can vote as many times as you'd like. We use 1 for if they're going to request a court-appointed attorney, 22 if they're going to hire their own, 333 if they do not understand the assignment. If it's going to be dismissed, if Dismissal Dan comes in with the big D, you can go with a 444, or you can throw up a big D in the chat if you are a member. I have an emoji for that. And also, I have Sovsidian on there only because we have seen one while we were doing this before, and so I had to put one in. I know you're thinking if you're new here, you're thinking dismissal like that realistic. Yeah, with this guy, yes it is. He dismisses more cases than all the other judges put together. And these are not traffic infractions either. These are criminal matters. And like I said, it is in Clayton County, Georgia, which is a contiguous county to Fulton County. So what that means is they touch. And I think it's always interesting to think about that. So I was just checking the gain on my microphone. Last thing I was going to say, if you look in the chat, if you're new here, you look in the chat and you're like, wow, that Streamlabs guy's a real dick. Or it's just too busy for you, please feel free to go ahead and block Streamlabs. It's not permanent, although we haven't quite figured out how to unblock him. But you can definitely quiet the chat down if you'd like and not see that kind of stuff. And there's no concerns there. But if you're interested, the points are free and don't cost anything, and it's just a fun game to play. So, without further ado, Last reminder, please make sure you are clocked in for your shift. At this point, our like to viewer ratio is great. We are over. And so that means y'all are great. It's perfect. Let's get going. We'll let Dismissal Dan give us his lovely intro, and then we will keep going. Yes, that's true, Amy. So Alaska is in the continental United States, but not in the contiguous United States. It is contiguous to Canada. Big Creed frame.
Black frames up. Got it. Okay. All right, ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is September the 6th, 2022. The time is 10:44 a.m. This is Clayton County Magistrate Court first appearance, and I am Judge Daniel Nagel. Today is going to be your first appearance hearing. If you've never had a first appearance before, let me explain what that means. This is an informative hearing. This is not going to be an evidentiary hearing. So what that means is there's not going to be any evidence presented by law enforcement, the district attorney's office, or the solicitor general's office. At the same time, this is not an opportunity for you to present any evidence. And what I mean by present any evidence is tell me why you shouldn't have been arrested. Tell me why you didn't do what officers have alleged. Tell me what your defenses are. Keep that between yourself and your defense attorney. This is being broadcast live on YouTube. And so anybody who wants to can come back and watch this. And if you say something about your case and they wanted to prove that you said it, they could do so, whether it be law.
Or people like us can come back and watch it, Judge. Love ya. I love Judge Nagel, by the way. I always call him Dismissal Dan, but love him. Hi, Melissa.
Law enforcement, a witness, the solicitor's office, the DA's office, an investigator, whoever. So please do not discuss the facts of your case with me. I'm going to ask you some very specific questions. Just answer the question that I ask and nothing more. I'm going to go over your charges with you. I'm going to let you know whether they are misdemeanors or felonies. I'm also going to let you know whether a bond is going to be set in your case. If a bond is set in your case, you may have special conditions of your bond as well. The most typical or most common special conditions are no contact with someone. No contact means exactly what it sounds like. No contact. Don't Instagram, Facebook message, Kick, whatever other means of social media or ways that you think that you could be slick and try to contact this person. Don't do it, because not only could you face new charges for stalking or violation of a court order, right? You end up back here, but also your initial bond for these charges could be revoked. So having contact with somebody when it says don't contact them could end you back up in jail with no bond and additional charges, right? Another special condition is no violent contact. No violent contact means you can be around that person, you can talk to them, you can interact with them. It just means don't do anything that would make them think that something aggressive or violent is about to occur. No yelling, no screaming, no cussing, no pushing, shoving, putting your hands in their face, punching walls, slamming doors, anything like that, okay? Another common special condition is do not return to a certain address. If one of your special conditions is to not return to a certain address, don't go there. Somebody there, or I feel like it's not in your best interest to go there, whether it be a store or a residence, just don't do it, because again, you could be back in jail on additional charges as well as have your bond revoked on these charges. All right. I will then let you know what your next court date is. If you have a court date coming up, but you bond out, you do not need to attend your preliminary hearing. You just need to make sure that your information is accurate with the sheriff's department as well as the clerk's office, and then they will get you your court date in the future. Okay. So if you know you're going to bond out, and when you do bond out, just make sure that your address on the paperwork is correct. If you do not get a bond or you're not able to bond out, your next court date will be your preliminary hearing. That is an evidentiary hearing. That is an opportunity where you can present evidence on your behalf, either through yourself or through your attorney, and you can have what's called a preliminary hearing, where the state has to prove that you did these things with probable cause. It doesn't mean that they have to prove your guilt beyond reasonable doubt. It's not a full-blown trial. It just means that they have a higher burden of proof than what I have to have. All right. At that preliminary hearing, your attorney could also negotiate with the DA's office or the solicitor's office a reduced bond, or removing special conditions from your bond, or work out a plea deal. There's a lot of options available to you at a preliminary hearing. However, remember, if you bond out, your case will automatically be sent to the DA's office or the Solicitor General's office. I will give you an opportunity to ask me any questions at the end when I'm done. However, if your question is not limited to what are my charges, what is my bond, do I have any special conditions, and what is my next court date, I'm probably not going to be able to help you. I do not control how quickly paperwork gets processed. Once we're done here, I'm going to sign the bond orders and send them over to the sheriff's department. Please be patient and allow them time to process your paperwork. Don't act up. Don't get in any more trouble, because guess what? You're just going to find yourself with more charges and then have to go through this entire process all over again. I do not know how much bonding companies charge. I will tell you that it's typically somewhere between 15 and 20%. So if your bond is $5,000, 10% is 500, half of 10 is 5, so that's 250. So $750 is about 15%. All right, 20% would be a full 1,000. That's not a guarantee that that's what the rate is going to be. That's just the general consensus of what I've experienced being a practicing lawyer out here in the Metro Atlanta area. All right, so I'm not going to be able to tell you how you go about getting your bond, who you can call, or anything like that. You have to, you need to figure that out on your own. You all still maintain all of your constitutional rights. You have the right to an attorney. You have the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond reasonable doubt. You have the right to remain silent, not give any evidence against yourself. You have the right to make the state present witnesses before you. But again, this is an informative hearing versus an evidentiary one. So please make sure that you answer the question that's asked of you, and that you speak loudly and clearly so that I can hear you, because some of you are wearing masks and sometimes that is muffled. Now, before we begin, I need everyone to please go ahead and raise your right hand. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the questions and answers that you shall give shall be the truth?
Shut up for a second, Judge. I don't know who Officer Gladman is. Hey,
you can say I do.
Judge. Sir, I'm speaking right now. Dismissal Dan, that's so rude. Anyways, I don't know who Officer Nagel is, or not Officer Nagel. I'm sorry. I don't know who Officer. How is this? Sorry, Nana's asking me a question. Anyways, Officer Gladman over here, first of all, looks like he's wearing a fake badge. Second of all, looks like I don't usually see the officers raise their hand. I was just about to say that includes you at home. Raise your hand. Hi, she's a maker. But Officer Gladman is doing it too.
All right, very good. All right, you can put your hands down. Officer Gladman, are you here for first appearance, sir?
I believe so. I had a case that was at 8:30 for a Marquise Williams. It was a magistrate court, and I was told it was moved to 11.
That's got to be a different courtroom because we're here on first appearance.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That should be
contact.
a preliminary. That's most like preliminary hearing.
Yeah. So contact the magistrate court office and let them know that you're here for preliminary hearing, but it's going to be a different judge and a different Zoom.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right. No problem.
But you can tell him you're already
All
sworn
right.
in.
We don't have the interpreter yet, so let's just go ahead and start with the females, and then we'll move over to the males.
I actually need a Spanish interpreter as well for a female, one of the females.
Okay. Which one?
It is going to be Therese Yule.
Give me just a second. Let me see. I don't want to continue the cases, so we'll do our best to hold off on.
She's towards the end. She's towards the end of my side.
Okay. All right. Can you tell me your name, please?
Renika Bird.
Okay. Miss Bird. Okay, I have your court application here. All right, Ms. Bird, you are charged with one count of battery. That is a misdemeanor. I am going to grant a bond in your case.
Thank you.
Your bond is going to be $2,000. Now, as part of special conditions of your bond, you're not to have any contact with Joshua Williams. Who is that to you?
It's my neighbor, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, just, y'all don't live together or anything like y'all have two different properties, correct?
We live in the same apartment complex.
Okay, all right. Well, a lot of times some of the special conditions are stay away from a certain area, but I don't need to do that because y'all don't live together. So just make sure if you're going in and out of your vehicle and you're heading straight to your apartment, don't go over there. Don't give any dirty looks, just mind your P's and Q's and you should be good. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Now you have the option to hire your own attorney, or I can review your application and appoint one for you. What would you like me to do? Okay.
Oh, I finally paused it. I was trying to pause it before so we could guess. I was like, wow, he's really still here. No, that's because you paused it, kid.
Okay, I will do that for you, Miss Bird. Do you have any questions about your case?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, what's your name, ma'am?
Brianna Carson.
All right.
Why are they green? I'm serious now. That's green.
All right, Miss Carson, you are charged with one count of criminal trespass, which is a misdemeanor, and one count of battery family violence, which is also a misdemeanor. I am going to grant a bond in your case, okay? However, your bond is going to contain some special conditions as well. You're not to have any contact with James Bellamy. Who is that to you?
My child's father.
Okay. Do you all live together?
No, he said his mom.
Okay. All right. And so you live at the
Yes.
okay, very good. Well, let me tell you this. The restriction is on you not to have any contact with him, not the other way around, okay? So wherever he is, you don't be. Does that make sense? Because like I said earlier, if you have any contact with him, no matter how minimal it is, you could have your bond revoked and then you're back here on other charges. Okay. So just make sure you don't message, don't try to send messages through family and friends and things like that. Okay. If he needs to see the kids and you need to get them to him, just make arrangements to where you don't have any involvement with him in that process. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So your total bond is 4,000. The next court date is going to be September the 20th. If you bond out, you don't have to appear for that court date. Okay. Now you have the right to hire your own attorney, or I can review your application and appoint one for you. What would you like for me to do?
Review my application.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. All right. I will appoint an attorney for you. All right. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
All right. Good luck to you.
Something's messed up on the coloring there. And I'll tell you, I do know about lights that prevent people from being able to find veins. My city has a very big problem with. Fuck, is that not charging? That's charging. My city has a big problem with IV drug use, people using drugs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, most parkades around here have those lights, but I don't think they make you look like that. Chris with the fur. Look at that late tax. Long journey home, but you're in a great mood. You finally watched John Wick 4. I watched that too already, funny enough. And you've already clocked in for your shift, Chris. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Unmuted. Am I unmuted now? Was I muted that whole time? I try and mute myself when I'm talking to. Shit, I don't know what I said. I said, we got to talk about the ending of John Wick. I don't want to ruin it for anybody because I don't want to, but we got to talk about the ending. The other thing I was going to say is that in the States, or in Canada, I live in a place where there's a lot of IV drug use. In parkades and places that are open late, they have lights that specifically don't allow you to find veins, and those are installed in many places. A lot of like grocery store bathrooms around here have those to prevent people from using drugs in the bathroom. And then also, but I don't know if it's a common thing everywhere. I know that we use them here. The other thing that reminds me of that, but is something else, is and I don't know why in a jail setting they would need those lights, because there should already have been a search done. Like, they shouldn't be worried about people using IV drugs in whatever facility they're in. That's just not feasible. Like, they need to fix them getting it, whatever, regardless. Anyways, so the other thing that I found really interesting is there is also a product out there that is specifically made to deter teenagers from hanging around your business, and it's actually a sound that isn't audible to adults but is to teenagers and is quite annoying, and people play that outside of businesses sometimes to prevent teenagers from loitering and hanging around in big numbers. I think the name has something to do with mosquito because it's like a bzzing noise. Anyways, let's continue on. Yes.
All right. What's your name, ma'am?
Keisha Darby.
All right, Miss Darby. Oh, yes, Miss Darby. All right, Miss Darby. You initially came before me with, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 charges. First charge is failure to yield to an emergency vehicle. I am going to grant a bond of $500. Defective equipment, I'm going to grant a bond of $500. Child restraint violation, I'm going to grant a bond of $500. The DUI charge, the child endangerment charge, and the obstruction charge, I'm going to dismiss those. Now, I forgot to mention this to everyone, but if I dismiss a charge at this stage, later on down the road, those charges they could come back again, okay? I don't know whether they will or not, but I did not have enough information to continue those charges against you. It doesn't mean that they did happen. It doesn't mean that they didn't. I have to follow the law, and the law says that I have to have some evidence, and I have zero evidence, okay? So those charges are going to be dismissed. So your total bond is going to be $1,500, okay? Are you going to be able to make that?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So again, I don't know if those charges will come back. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. Your next court date is going to be September 20th, but if you bond out, you don't have to go to that court date, okay? Now, do you want to hire your own attorney, or would you like for me to appoint one for you?
I would like to have a court-appointed attorney.
Okay.
I think something changed. Remember how scared they were before getting that court-appointed attorney? And now they're just like, this is how every other courtroom I've ever seen is. It's so odd. Anyways. Hey, fuckers. I saw that. One of you unliked it. Stop that. Like the damn video.
Okay, I'm going to grant that request for you, Ms. Darby. Do you have any other questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, looks like we have. Morning. Morning, Ms. Bermudez. Give me just a moment. All right, ma'am, what's your full name?
Cynthia Dawson Downey.
All right, Ms. Downey. Ms. Downey, looks like you were charged with 1 count of criminal trespass.
Yes, sir.
Let me see. That is a misdemeanor, and I am going to grant a bond.
Thank you.
My neighbor just came out of her house. I can hear. She went, oh, it's so weird. Is that court?
The bond is going to be $2,000.
Okay.
Who is it Randy Downey? Who is that to you?
That's my husband.
Okay. So it's alleged that you had done something with his vehicle. Do you all live together?
Yes, sir.
Do y'all have any children together?
No, sir.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not gonna kick you out of your residence and make you find another place to live because there wasn't a violent act towards him, it's towards his vehicle. But I'm going to add the special condition that you have no violent contact with him, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
So what that means is that, you know, like I said earlier, don't slam doors, kick things, push them over, throw things. I mean, you know, you're a grown up. I know that being in a relationship can get very heated, but you just have to make sure that you compose yourself and act like a grown up, okay? So you don't end up back in this type of situation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. All right. Now, your next court date is September the 20th. Are you going to be able to make your bond of $2,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, so if you bond out, you don't have to go to your preliminary hearing date, okay? Just make sure your address and information is up to date. Do you want to hire your own attorney or?
I have to tell you guys a quick story. And right now is a great time to get in your guesses onto whether or not she's going to hire her own attorney or if she's going to have one appointed. So I go to the dog park with my sister's dog, Bluebell. You guys have seen Bluebell. But it's not my dog, right? Like, I don't own her. So I guess things that bother dog people don't bother me. But apparently I look the part because I was at the park and minding my own fucking business, and this lady sort of like walks over, beeline, if you will, towards me while I'm waiting, Bluebell's playing. And I'm like, she wants to say something. I don't know what she wants to talk about, but I'm not particularly interested. I have like court playing on my phone, like, and so she comes over and she starts talking about the fact that the municipality right next to mine is gonna make a bunch of dog parks no more off leash, like getting rid of them or whatever. And she's like, I have a signature, like a petition you could sign, and you can look into it. And I'm like, okay, what? I don't live there. I don't even have a dog. She's like, but there's going to be so many dogs coming to this park. And I was like, I'm actually a little offended at your sort of not in my backyard attitude, NIMBYs. Um, Not really the tact that's going to draw me to sign your petition. And she was like, what? I was like, well, you're worried about too many dogs coming to the park? And she was like, yes. And I was like, I'm not. I go to parks all the time in different areas. So it makes me really concerned that people worry about people coming from other areas. And she was like, well, it's going to get so busy and it'll get muddy. I was like, ma'am, are there fatter dogs over there or something? Like, it has nothing to do with that. Hi, Titwissy. Tisk, 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 you're late. Anyway, so I'm like laughing, and there was this other guy that was beside me who came over, and she was trying to get him. And I said, I do want to say something though, and I feel bad, but I applaud you for being so involved in something. I personally am not motivated to be involved in this, but I'm glad that you went to the trouble of she was like, I created a QR code on my phone for you to take a picture of so that you can go. I'm like, I think I would have a hard time scanning a QR code if they said they were going to give me money. Seriously. And then I said, oh, how many signatures do you need? And she said, what do you mean? I was like, well, what's the point of the petition if you don't know how many signatures you need to get it before council? Oh, I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, usually there's a signature threshold. I'm like, see, I'm experienced in sort of city politics, and I'm aware that there's a threshold where you can mandate something to be read in a council meeting based upon a certain number of signatures having. And she's just like, oh, well. And I'm like, yeah. Anyways, again, I'm not too worried about extra dogs coming into our area. Like, I'm just not. Like, I'm sorry. And like there was like 3 other people that sort of started talking about the same thing, and we were all about like, oh, we're not really interested about it. And she ended up leaving. And then this other guy and I started talking, and he actually, I think, was going to follow my YouTube channel. I don't know about that, but we'll see. Anyways, I think she was a NIMBY, which is not in my backyard. And if you know anything, the city I live in is just literally full of people that are rich and think that social issues need to be dealt with, but not in my backyard. Oh my God, not the homeless people there. Like, I live in a municipality contiguous to another municipality who doesn't allow you to hang your laundry in your backyard on a line. It's against bylaw because of the look that it gives the neighborhood. So that's pretty sad. Anyways, let's continue. Oh, I just felt bad. I was just like, I'm not even in like the minute. I'm not even in the like mind frame to pretend to be interested at all. I'm just not. I'm here to watch court and watch this dog, and you're intruding on my fucking space right now, lady. If anything, I'm worried about you coming to the park.
Would you like me to appoint one for you?
Would you please appoint one?
Okay.
Please?
Okay, very good. Do you have any other questions?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Boots with the fur. The holes I
What's your
was
name,
looking
ma'am?
at. Her.
I'm sorry?
Hinton.
Okay, Hinton. Got it.
Do-gooders are different than NIMBYs. NIMBYs are very specific because they recognize the people and the problem, but they absolutely do not want it there in their backyard, which fuck off. Fuck off.
All right, Miss Hinton, you are charged with 1 count of kidnapping, which is a felony, and 1 count of theft by taking. I believe that's a felony as well. All right.
Okay, shit just got real. Oh, my daughter's here. I gotta go. I'll play this. I gotta go.
I am going to grant a bond in your case. Okay. On the kidnapping charge, it's going to be $3,000. On the theft by taking, it's going to be $4,000. So your total bond is $7,000. Okay. Also, a special condition of your bond is to not have any contact with Demetrius, Roman, and Fred Jackson. Are they associates of yours, neighbors of yours? What's your relationship to them?
Church members and connection to where I was living at.
Okay. So do y'all live in the same place?
No, they live in a different place, but he's running that where I live at.
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna say, I don't know about as far as in a bond or anything, but you told me the 7,000 I was gonna be here or whatever. So I will still have to go somewhere else anyway because I can't,
Yeah, and that's for your own good and make sure that nothing else happens and tempers calm down and things like that. So, like I said, I am going to grant a bond, but just don't go back to where they are. Okay. You can find anywhere else you want to live. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Now your next court date is on September the 21st. If you bond out, you don't have to pay, but if not, then you'll have an opportunity to speak with a lawyer and
Oh,
probably
fuck. I missed a
negotiate
donation.
either a
Thank you,
bond
Donna.
or some type of
Hold on,
agreement
dude.
with the state in your case, okay? Now,
Okay, first things first. Thank you, Donna. I'm going to make it play again because I wasn't here. Test widget.
Oh, yeah.
Also, Nana made me some beans and a Scotch pie. She didn't make the Scotch pie. She just warmed it up for me. We're still on kidnapping lady. Bring me up to speed, you guys. Is she freaking he didn't dismiss anything, right? Also, Hector, hi. Nice to see you, friend. Love your comments on the videos. I love all your guys' comments, but yeah, let's keep going. We've got our like ratio is doing pretty good right now. Pretty good. Just getting to it. Okay, let's get to it then.
do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Appoint one for me, please.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only thing, Judge. I would, whenever I leave, I would have to, I'll just talk to the lawyer about it. So,
There you go.
and just do it that way, and then I'll see you on the 28th of this.
There you go. That's a good idea. You don't want to broadcast your business out there to everybody. Okay. All right. Do you have any other questions?
No.
All right. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, what's your name, ma'am?
Deja James.
All right, Miss James. Let's see. Miss James, you are charged with, what I have here is 4 counts. Warrant ending in 560, identity fraud. I'm going to grant a bond of 3,000. Warrant ending in 561, financial transaction card fraud, bond of 3,000. Warrant ending in 562, deposit account fraud, bond of 3,000. And then warrant ending in 563, financial transaction card fraud, 3,000. So the total bond for you is $12,000. Those are all felony charges, okay? Your next court date is a preliminary hearing of September the 19th. Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
You can appoint one, and if I do find one after I buy it out, then I'll let the court.
Sure, that's fine. Just make sure that if you do that, make sure that they file the appropriate paperwork with the court so that they know that you're going to be represented, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Be safe. Actually, I know all of our Texas people right now. I've been watching Andy Hill, meteorologist, today. Sucker for, actually, I got in trouble for spamming their chat by accident. I didn't even think I was spamming. Actually, they said I was encouraging spam. Whatever. Apparently the rules of my chat don't go everywhere else. What? But I have been watching the weather stuff, and please be safe, folks, wherever you are. I think Kansas right now. I was thinking about Tupac. Kansas right now, very serious storms. How do I encourage spam? Well, one of the guys that was checked in and said, I lost my hat. My hat was taken by the storm. And I said, F in the chat for his hat. And I put hat emojis. And they literally, like 3 mods were like, do not encourage spam. I was like, okay. I personally think F in the chat is not spam. But whatever. That's just the way I look at it. I was like, I was showing respect to the hat. Okay? None of that seemed odd to me at all. I took the time to find the right hat emoji. I mean, you know, it's just odd to me. It's like, there's like 30,000 people in here. I can't believe that was a problem. Pour one out for the hat, right? Like, seriously, I was like, there's a fucking hat missing in this storm. And you guys are worried about what I wrote in the chat. Oh my god. First of all, I thought, exactly, Hector, it was that. I did a hat with that and then a hat with the sun hat one. And again, I didn't even just use emojis. Also, you can turn off spam. Like, you can say no big emojis, none of that, right? Sure. And so, to me, it's like, if you don't want that, just turn off the ability to do it. Don't bitch at people. It doesn't make any sense to me. Anyways, I love you guys. My hat's off to you, Hector says. F in the chat to me is like, I actually want to start doing it for like the kids. Oh, look at, we're at 50 fucking likes. I love that in front of me, by the way. And don't be a dick and take one away. Any of you. Seriously.
What's your name?
Oriana Jones.
All right, Miss Jones, give me just a moment. All right, Miss Jones, you are charged with 1 count of battery, which is a misdemeanor.
Courtney, does that really mean that in their chat? Or because F in the chat means paying respects to whatever it was in the streaming Twitch world. So when I say F in the chat for Donna's dog who's afraid of the weather right now, I want F's in the chat, you know? And look, 49. F in the chat for the one like that just disappeared.
I am going to grant a bond in the amount of $2,000 and criminal damage in the second degree, which I believe is a felony count. Give me just a second.
Autumn is right. The meme history of F in the chat did originally start in Call of Duty and evolved from there. I mean, I just think I love little things like that. I love greed frames. I love babies. That is how the internet to me. Every little in joke, like the late fees, fucking love it. So all of these things from all different channels. Hi, George Richmond. Thank you. The hat in the chat. I love it. Thank you so much. So much. The soldiers were at a funeral and you pressed F to show respect on them. Let's love it. Thank you so much, George Richmond. Hope I'm going to get this right on my face. That sounded so bad. It's going to pop up any second now. But seriously, it should become a meme now for us. The hat in the chat. Chat. You guys.
Oh, yeah.
You guys rock. Oh, yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I love you guys so much.
It is also bond in the amount of $2,000. Now, who is Sheldon Brown to you?
That's my ex-boyfriend.
Okay, all right. Do y'all live together?
We used to. We don't anymore.
Okay, so y'all don't live together anymore.
No, sir.
Okay, that's good. Do y'all have any children together?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna put no violent contact, and you've heard what I've said about that, right?
Yes.
All right. Just make sure that you abide by that. No yelling, cussing, things of that nature. All right. So your total bond is going to be $4,000. Your next court date is going to be September. Excuse me, September the 19th.
Okay.
If you bond out, you do not have to go to that court date. Okay.
If I bond out, I don't have to go.
That's right. But just make sure that your information is up to date with the sheriff's office and the clerk's office so they know when to mail you your court date after that.
Okay.
Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
You could appoint one for me, please.
Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. I will do that. Do you have any other questions?
That's it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Good luck to you.
This is the female that needs a Spanish interpreter. I see that she's online now.
Okay. What's her name?
Miss Therese.
Therese. Let me see. I'm trying to find. Oh, Yuli Therese. Okay. I had her on the other side.
Morning, Judge. I do not have her information.
Okay. Ms. Bermudez, what do you need? What do you need on your end?
I need her full name and at least her warrant number and one of her charges.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
Thank you.
Here's the last one. Okay. All right. I believe her full name is Yuli, Y-U-L-E, Therese, like Torres, but with an E. Warrant. She has 2 warrants. 2022 WA 13858. That's failure to obey an officer. And then 2022 WA 13859, which is no license.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Now, is there anything I need to do to activate the function, or do we just do it like this?
If you just want to do it like that, it's fine. It depends. It depends, I guess, how long it's going to be, Judge.
This shouldn't be very long.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll speak and then I'll let you do the interpretation. I'll wait for your response.
Ma'am, I'm just going to tell you right now, it's inappropriate to sniff the beaver's feet like that. I really don't, I mean, we don't kink shame here, and if beaver feet is your thing, that's okay, but I'm going to have to move Larry because this is like an HR violation. He's working and you're working, so he's going to have to go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, but let me go ahead and swear you in. If you can raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to faithfully and accurately translate from English to Spanish and English to Spanish during these court proceedings?
I do.
All right. You can put your hand down. All right. Ms. Ramirez, if you could ask Ms. Terez what her full name is.
Señorita Terres, ¿cuál es su nombre completo?
Es Yule Lucero Moreno Torres.
Repita.
Yule Lucero Moreno Torres.
Yule Lucero Moreno Torres.
Okay. And so she's saying it's Torres with an O, correct?
Torres con O, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. All right. They had it correct on the warrant, but not on the bond form. That's fine. All right. Ms. Torres, you are charged with 2 misdemeanor violations.
Señorita Torres, a usted se le acusa de 2 delitos menores, 2 infracciones.
The first one being failure to obey a person directing traffic.
El primero es de no obedecer a una persona que estaba dirigiendo el tránsito.
Okay.
The other one is driving without a valid license.
Y la otra es de manejar sin licencia de conducir válida.
Okay.
Both of those are misdemeanor charges, and I am going to grant a bond on both charges.
Estos 2 cargos son cargos por delitos menores y yo le voy a conceder una fianza.
Okay.
On the first charge, warrant 2022 WA 13858, it's 500.
En el primer cargo, en la orden de arresto 2022 WA 13858 es de 500.
Okay.
And on the no license charge, 2022 WA 13859 is 1,000.
Y en el cargo de no licencia de 2022 WA 13859 es de $1,000.
Okay. En total entonces son 1,500.
So the total will be 1,500.
That's correct.
Es correcto.
Okay.
Are you going to be able to pay that amount?
¿Va usted a poder pagar esta cantidad?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. The next court date is going to be September the 20th.
La próxima corte va a ser el día 20 de septiembre.
¿30?
El día 20 de septiembre.
20 de septiembre, ok.
Correcto.
Okay. If you bond out of jail, you do not have to go to that court date.
Si usted paga su fianza y sale de la cárcel, usted no tendría que asistir a esa corte.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Just make sure that your address and your information is correct with the court and the sheriff's department.
Solamente asegúrese que su dirección y que su información es la correcta, tanto con la comisaría como con la corte, con la oficina del actuario.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You have the right to have an attorney for these charges.
¿Usted tiene el derecho de tener un abogado para estos cargos?
Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
¿Usted quiere contratar su propio abogado o usted quiere que yo le nombre uno?
Yo quiero agarrar mi abogado.
I would like to hire my own attorney.
Okay, that's fine. Then you can do that.
Ok, está bien, usted puede hacer eso.
Just make sure that they know that they need to file paperwork with the courts to let everyone know that you are represented by them.
Solamente asegúrese de que ellos sometan la información con la corte registrándose como su abogado diciendo que ellos le están representando a usted.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any questions about your case?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta con respecto a su caso?
No, sin suponer, si ahorita yo le dijera a mi hermana que, o sea, tengo para poder pagar, lo pagan, me pueden dejar libre ya en cualquier momento.
So if I tell my sister that I have the money to pay it, once she pays it, are they going to release me at any moment?
Okay. So if you pay your bond, the sheriff's department will process that paperwork. As long as you do not have any pending criminal charges in Clayton County or anywhere else, you should be good to go. And as long as you do not have an immigration hold, then you should be good to go.
Si usted paga esa cantidad, ellos van a procesar la documentación siempre y cuando usted no tenga cargos penales pendientes en el condado de Clayton ni en ningún otro lugar, o de que usted no tenga una orden de detención de migración.
Ok, pues no tengo ningún delito aquí y solamente preguntaba por mis hijas porque tengo 2 hijas.
No, I don't have any charges here, and I was just asking because of my girls, because I have two girls.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you don't have anything that would prevent you from leaving, just allow them some time to process that paperwork and they'll get to it as quickly as they can.
Sí, solamente si usted no tiene nada que evite que usted la puedan poner en libertad, solamente dele tiempo a ellos para que ellos procesen la documentación y ellos lo van a hacer lo más pronto posible.
Ok, gracias.
Ok, thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
Ok, muchas gracias y buena suerte.
Ok, thank you.
All right, Ms. Bermudez, we're almost done with these and then we'll go to the mail side.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, can you tell me your full name, please?
Michelle Thompson.
All right, Miss Thompson. Ms. Thompson, you are here along with Mr. Lee, is that correct?
Correct.
I see. I didn't know that you two, I came across his paperwork before I came across yours, and I didn't put it together until I read the warrants on your case. Usually in a situation like, well, here's the thing, right? I only need this much evidence to continue the case. You heard that I had to I dismissed somebody else's charges, right? You heard me say that because they gave me this much. I have only need this much, okay? And even though I don't like certain charges, and even though I don't like certain cases, it's not my job to decide what I do like, what I don't like. I just have to follow the law. Sometimes people think it's fair. Sometimes people think it's unfair. Okay, so I say all that to say this. I gave some consideration to dismissing the charge, but I have enough for it to continue. Okay, now that doesn't mean that it won't get worked out sometime later on down the road. Okay, I'm not passing judgment on that, but I have to follow the law. So you're charged with 1 count of battery. It's a misdemeanor. The bond is $2,500. Are you going to be able to make that?
Yes.
Okay, good. A special condition of your bond is to not have any contact with him, Philip Lee. Now I'm going to tell you, he's going to have a special condition of his bond not to have any contact with you, because for whatever reason, y'all two are not mixing together well right now. So it's best that y'all just don't deal with each other until y'all can resolve these legal matters. And then if you can work it out, great. If you can't, okay. But you know, I have a duty to protect you. I have a duty to protect him. I have a duty to protect the people that live in y'all's neighborhood, and we just don't want anything boiling over and getting worse than what it already got. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now I don't know about y'all's living situation, so let me see. Okay, you have on your application that you live in Atlanta, is that correct?
That's my mailing address. I just currently moved to a new apartment housing, like a new apartment. And he's currently supposed to be staying at the other house.
So I guess my question is, are y'all living together or not living together?
No, we're not living together.
Okay, perfect, good, all right. Well then make sure y'all continue not living together, okay? Because if y'all start interacting with each other, guess what? Both y'all going to jail again. So I'm sure that you don't like being in jail and you enjoy your freedom, correct?
Correct.
All right, very good, that's what I thought. So the 20th, if you bond out, then you do not have to you don't have to go to that court date. Just make sure that your paperwork is tight with the sheriff's department and the clerk's office, okay?
Okay.
All right, now, do you want to hire your own attorney or would you like for me to appoint one for you?
You can appoint one.
Okay, let me take a look, okay. All right, now, do you have any questions about your case?
No.
You sound hesitant, are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay, just remember, don't, as far as you're concerned, Mr. Philip Lee does not exist in your world, okay? And I'm gonna tell him the same thing. All right?
Okay.
All right, good luck to you. All right, can you tell me your name, please?
Miss Ward.
All right, Miss Ward, you were charged, Miss Ward, you were charged with false report of a crime, which is a misdemeanor. I have reviewed the warrant and I'm dismissing the charges against you. Now, just like I told the other person a while back, maybe there's more information that the officers didn't include because they thought they did a good enough job of giving me the evidence that I needed, but I don't have enough evidence. You know, the actions that they allege that you did is probably not the smartest thing, but I didn't see a crime in it, okay? Now, whether the DA's office or solicitor's office, they come back and review it, I have no idea, okay? But I just want to make you aware that there's a possibility that they could provide more evidence to another judge later on down the road, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have any questions for me? Your paperwork, give it some time. We got to process all this paperwork and I got to send it off. And then as long as you don't have any pending charges in Clayton County or somewhere else, they'll let you go, okay?
Yes, I do have a question. So I do have another pending charge. So if you were to give me a court date, it's technically going to be on the same date as what you've been given previous.
I see. Well, the only thing that you're in front of me on is the false report of a crime. So I don't have any control and I can't give you a court date on any other pending charges. Is it in Clayton County or somewhere else?
Yeah, that's considered Clayton County. It's Hampton?
Hampton could be either Henry or Clayton. It depends on.
It's a Tom Lodge civil court in Hampton.
Okay, well then it doesn't sound like, from what you're stating, it doesn't sound like that would keep you in jail. So again, the only thing I have you on is the false report of a crime. So that one's getting dismissed. So as long as you don't have anything else, you'll be free to go and then you can make your other court date, okay?
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, no problem. Good luck to you.
Your Honor, that is the please of the females.
All right, very good.
Have a good day. Maybe be dismissed.
I'm sorry?
Maybe be dismissed.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Who do we have in front of?
This is Byron Marino. He's the one who needs the assistance of a Spanish interpreter.
Okay, give me just a second because. Okay, I just need to find his, did I have his committal document? Give me just a second, let me check. His name looked familiar. Committal documents. Construction, ground racing. Oh, okay, hold on a second. Here we go. All right, and then we'll do Martinez next, and then that'll conclude Ms. Bermudez's obligations here.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Let's. There we go. All right, Ms. Bermudez, if you can ask the inmate his full name, please.
Señor, por favor, dígame su nombre completo.
Cristian Alexander Baires Merino.
Cristian Alexander.
Baires Merino.
Cristian Alexander Baires Merino.
Okay. All right. Mr. Baires Merino is charged with 1 count of misdemeanor obstruction.
Al señor Baires Merino se le acusa de un cargo menor por impedir el trabajo de un oficial.
1 count of driving on a suspended or revoked or no valid license.
Un cargo de manejar con licencias suspendida, revocada o no válida.
1 count of racing on the highways or streets.
Un cargo de tener carreras en las autopistas o en las carreteras.
And 1 count of obstructing a street, sidewalk, or highway.
Y un cargo de impedir el flujo de vehículos.
I'm going to give you boys a little piece of advice, okay? Seriously, this is dick pic advice right here, okay? First of all, hi Gracie T, happy day after your birthday. Secondly, fuck, I looked crazy with those eyes and all that stuff. That was fun. Thirdly, oh, dick pics, that's right. Okay, so here's a tip for you guys, okay? Don't send a dick pic, ever. Never. Until you're asked for it specifically, okay? Nobody wants it. If they do, they'll ask. I promise you, okay? You want to be, what you should get in the habit of sending is pictures of beautiful women to your woman and say, I think you look like this, or I want to see you like that, because that's better to look at. Seriously, nobody wants your dick pic. And if they do, they will ask you for it. And then fucking send away, baby. Send them fucking oodles of them. But believe me, no matter what the whole situation is, no dick pics needed. Even if she sends you a pic of her, that is not a request for your dick. It's not. We don't want it. I'm sorry. We'll play with it when we're around, but we don't need that. It's not going to make it better. I promise you. Okay? Believe me. And when the time comes that the girl you're with realizes, a fucking phone, this dude has not sent me a single unsolicited dick pic. I wonder what his dick looks like. She will. And then again, I mean, it's just a better gift. So those are just my little piece of advice. And don't worry, she's not having less fun without your dick pic. It's just not how it works, you know? Um, I love boobs too. But Spock, how many times have you been asked without sort of like, hey, would you like that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's a very common thing. I think oftentimes women say that out of sort of like, oh, well, I guess I should ask for that. They don't really want it. I can tell you I've gotten a lot of dick pics. I just... Anyways, let's continue. Also, if you're new here, yeah, we get way off track. It's not safe for work, not safe for kids usually. And hit the like button. Stop fucking around with that.
En las aceras o en las carreteras.
All right. All of his charges are misdemeanor charges,
Todos sus cargos son delitos menores
and I am going to grant a bond.
y le voy a conceder una fianza.
Do you need the warrant numbers, Ms. Bermudez?
I don't, sir.
Okay. All right. On the, I'm going to go through all of them and just do all of them at the same time. On the obstruction charge, it's 1,000. On the license charge, it's 1,500. On the racing charge, it's 1,500. And on the obstructing highway, it's 2,000. So.
Por el cargo de impedir el trabajo de un oficial, el cargo es, la fianza es de $1,000. Por el cargo de no licencia, la fianza es de $1,500. Por tener carreras en las autopistas o en las carreteras, la fianza es de $1,500. Y poder impedir el flujo de vehículos, la fianza es de $2,000.
So that's a total bond of $6,000.
O sea que su fianza total es de $6,000.
All right. Are you going to be able to make that bond, sir?
¿Va usted a poder pagar su fianza, señor? ¿Dijo que sí? Yes.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Your next court date is September the 20th if you do not bond out, but if you do bond out, you do not have to appear for that court date.
Su próxima corte va a ser el día 20 de septiembre. Eso es si usted no paga su fianza y sale. Pero si usted paga su fianza y sale, usted no tiene que comparecer para esa corte.
You have the right to hire your own attorney, or I can appoint one for you. What would you like to do?
Usted tiene el derecho de contratar su propio abogado o yo le podría nombrar uno. ¿Qué quiere usted hacer?
Yo contrato uno.
I'll hire one.
Okay, so you're going to hire one on your own.
O sea, que usted va a contratar su propio abogado. ¿Eso fue lo que dijo, señor? ¿Usted va a contratar su propio abogado?
I need a yes or a no.
Necesito que diga sí o no.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Do you have any questions?
Muy bien. ¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Ok, buena suerte, señor.
I'd like to say this is a pretty good Spanish interpreter. This is what's interpreting. Remember we watched that? Was it Judge Webster? I think it was in Judge Webster, where that was just not legal interpreting. Anyways, you guys are so funny. Nobody cares how hung you are either, Mayor. Seriously. I mean, look, think about it. Lesbians don't even have dicks, and they get chicks all the time. It's really not about your size of your dick. It's about how you wield all the equipment at your disposal.
All right, let's get Martinez. All right, Mr. Martinez. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I need to take a 30-second brief recess. Give me 30 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Guys, what's going on above our guy here? What is like that box going into?
Okay, sorry about that. All right, Mr. Martinez, or can you state your full name, please?
Señor Martínez, ¿podría usted decir su nombre completo, por favor? Repita, que no le escuché.
No la escuché. Oh, mi problema.
¿Podría usted decir su nombre completo, por favor?
Maximino León Martínez.
Dijo, repita.
Maximino León Martínez.
Maximino de León Martínez.
León.
León.
Sí, León.
Okay, I've got it. Maximino Leon Martinez. All right. Mr. Leon Martinez, you were charged with 1 misdemeanor count of simple assault, 1 felony count of aggravated assault, and 1 misdemeanor count of terroristic threats.
Just to make sure, is 1 misdemeanor of simple assault.
Correct.
¿Qué pasó?
Deme un segundito, señor.
Okay.
An aggravated assault.
Correct.
And is that a felony?
Yes.
And the last one was terroristic threats.
Threats. Correct.
And that is also a felony.
Misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor.
That's correct.
Just wanted to make sure.
Or actually, hold on, Ms. Bermudez. I'm sorry. The terroristic threats is a felony, the way that it's written.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, señor León Martínez, a usted se le acusa de un delito menor de agresión corporal simple, de agresión con agravante, lo cual es un delito grave, y de amenazas terroristas, lo cual es un delito grave.
No es cierto eso, nomás que le...
But the thing is that that is not true.
Okay. Look, this is, I guess he didn't understand the instructions in the beginning, so that's okay. Let me explain to you, Mr. Leon Martinez, this is not an opportunity for you to present evidence.
Okay, por el hecho de que usted no entendió las instrucciones en el principio, yo le voy a explicar. Esta no es su oportunidad para presentar pruebas.
You will have a later court date where you can tell the court or your lawyer why these charges are incorrect.
Usted va a tener otra corte en la cual usted va a tener la oportunidad de decirle a su abogado o a la corte de por qué estos cargos no son correctos.
No, pues el policía me agarró.
En el día de hoy.
Me pegó mucho.
Today, hold on one second.
Espérese un momentito.
Okay.
So let me talk, let Ms. Bermudez translate, and then I'll ask you questions at the very end.
Déjeme hablar, deje que la señora Bermúdez interprete y luego yo le voy a hacer preguntas al final.
Okay.
I understand that you do not agree with the police report.
Yo entiendo que usted no está de acuerdo con el informe policial.
You will have an opportunity to fight that later on.
Y usted va a tener la oportunidad de pelear esto luego.
Today is not that day.
Pero hoy no es el día para eso.
Today, I'm just going to tell you what you're charged with.
En el día de hoy yo solamente le voy a decir de lo que se le acusa,
what your bond is,
de cuánto es su fianza,
and what your next court date is.
Y cuándo va a ser su próxima corte.
We're not going to talk about the evidence.
No vamos a hablar de las pruebas.
And anything that you say right now is being broadcast on the internet.
Y cualquier cosa que usted diga en estos momentos está siendo transmitida por el internet.
So don't say anything about your case.
O sea, que no diga nada con respecto a su caso.
Because it can be used against you.
Porque esto podría ser usado en su contra.
Do you understand?
¿Entiende usted?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, very good.
Okay, muy bien.
All right. Ms. Bermudez, were you able to let the defendant know or the inmate know his charges against him?
I did, Judge.
Okay. I am going to grant a bond on your charges, Mr. Leon Martinez.
Señor León Martínez, yo le voy a fijar fianza en sus cargos.
Okay. On the misdemeanor, simple assault, it's $4,000.
Por el cargo de agresión corporal simple, va a ser de $4,000.
For the aggravated assault felony, it's 6,000.
Por el cargo de agresión con agravante, un delito grave va a ser de 6,000.
And for the terroristic threats felony, it's 5,000.
Y por el cargo de amenazas terroristas, delito grave es de 5,000.
So total bond of 15,000.
O sea que la fianza total va a ser de 15,000.
Typically, a bonding company will want 15 to 20% in order to bond you out.
Generalmente, una compañía de fianzas le cobraría del 15 al 20% para pagar la fianza por usted.
Okay. Now, I don't control it. I'm just kind of giving you the general advice of and my experiences.
Yo no controlo esto, yo solamente le estoy dando información general de lo que ha sido mi experiencia.
Okay. Now, there are going to be special conditions of your bond that you need to pay attention to.
Ahora, usted va a tener condiciones especiales en su fianza a las cuales usted tiene que prestarle atención.
So, I don't want you to have any contact with Veronica Gomez Maldonado.
Yo no quiero que usted tenga ningún tipo de contacto con Verónica Gámez Maldonado.
And also Nelson Chicas Hernandez.
Y tampoco con Nelson Chicas Hernández.
Okay.
Ella es mi esposa.
But she's my wife.
I understand that, and I know that it may be difficult, but for right now, until your case is resolved or another judge changes it, I have to put that in place.
Yo entiendo esto, yo entiendo que es difícil, pero por estos momentos, hasta que el caso se solucione o que otro juez cambie
Actually,
esto.
one moment, Ms. Bermudez. I think I have made a mistake in his favor.
Ok, tal parece que yo
Okay.
he cometido un error a su favor.
So he can have contact with his wife.
Usted puede tener contacto con su esposa.
However,
sin embargo,
this may be his brother-in-law.
Puede ser que este sea su cuñado.
No contact with Juan Gomez Maldonado.
No puede tener contacto con Juan Gómez Maldonado.
Is that your brother-in-law?
¿Ese es su cuñado?
Sí, pero ya se va a ir por otro lado.
Yes, but he was just going to leave to another place.
Okay. Then it'll be easy for you not to have any contact with them.
Entonces va a ser fácil para usted no tener contacto con él.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm taking off the no contact with your wife, so you can have contact with your wife.
O sea que yo estoy retirando la disposición de que no puede tener contacto con su esposa, o sea que sí puede tener contacto con su esposa.
Okay.
All right. But Nelson Chicas Hernandez and Juan Gomez Maldonado, don't talk to them, don't be around them.
Pero a Nelson Chicas Hernández y Juan Gámez Maldonado, no hable con ellos ni tenga contacto con ellos.
No, okay.
Okay. All right. Now, you have the right to hire your own lawyer, or I can appoint one for you.
Usted tiene el derecho de contratar su propio abogado o yo le podría nombrar uno.
What would you want me to do?
Yo lo consigo.
¿Qué quiere usted que yo haga? I'll get one.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
Okay, está bien.
Do you have any other questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna otra pregunta?
Okay. Okay.
I think you said that's fine. Okay. All right. Well, good luck to you, sir.
Okay, buena suerte, señor.
Ándale, gracias.
That was a little lost in translation, Judge.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. That's okay. All right. I don't think we have any more inmates. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
For Ms. Bermudez. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Bermudez.
You
Appreciate
are very
it.
welcome. Good seeing you, Judge.
Too. All right. right, what's your name, sir?
Calhoun.
One second. Hey, Deputy Ricania, do we have Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll do Brown last, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to make sure I'm on the same page on that. All right, let's see here. Mr. Calhoun. Yeah, Mr. Calhoun, you are charged with 1 count of obstruction of an officer and 1 count of criminal trespass. They're both misdemeanor charges, okay? I am going to grant a bond in your case. It's going to be $1,000 for each charge. So your total bond is going to be $2,000. Also, part of the special. What's that?
They already paid.
No, there's no way they already paid because I just announced what your bond is going to be. So nobody would even know what it was. Now, as part of the special condition of your bond, do not go back to the Walmart located at 2940 Anvil Block Road. There's a lot of Walmarts in Clayton County. There's one in Morrow. There's one in Stockbridge. There's one in Riverdale. Go there. Go to Publix. Go to Kroger, whatever you need to do. Do not go back to that Walmart. Do you understand?
Sure.
You go back to that Walmart, not only are you going to face potentially another criminal trespass, but you're going to be facing violation of a court order. And so you run the risk of not getting out of jail. Does that make sense? Do you understand?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Very good. Now your next court date is going to be on September the 20th. If you bond out, you don't have to make that court date. Just make sure that your information is up to date with the sheriff's office. Okay. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you? Do you want to hire your own lawyer?
I don't know.
Okay, well, it's very simple. Either you can say, I would like to hire one.
I don't think you're supposed to be here.
Well, you're here, so I need to know whether you want me to appoint a lawyer for you or you want to hire your own. I'll tell you what, I'm going to appoint you a lawyer because if you don't even understand why you're here, then you most definitely need some legal guidance. So
I'm not supposed to be here.
I'm going to appoint an attorney for you, sir, and you can discuss with your attorney why you are here. Do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay, all right, well, good luck to you, sir. Don't go back to that Walmart.
Okay.
All right. All right, what's your name, sir?
Quincy January.
All right. Let's see here. Mr. January. All right, sir, you are charged with 1 misdemeanor count of defective headlights. The bond is going to be $500. 1 count of driving under the influence. The bond is going to be $2,500. And then 1 count of open container misdemeanor, $500. So your total bond is $3,500. Are you going to be able to post that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Well, then your next court date is going to be September 20th, but you don't have to go to that court date if you bond out, okay? Just make sure your information is good with the clerk's office so you don't miss upcoming court dates. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Appoint one, Your Honor.
Okay. I will do that. Do you have any questions about your case, Mr. January?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said September 20th, correct? For my court date.
That's right. But if you bond out, you won't have that court date. Your case will automatically be sent to the solicitor's office.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. What's your name, sir?
Coleman Jenkins.
All right. Mr. Jenkins, you are charged with 1 count of improper lane change. The bond is $500. And 1 count of driving under the influence. The bond is $2,500. So your total bond is going to be $3,000. Are you going to be able to make that, sir?
You want that strong.
I'm sorry?
I will do my best, Your Honor.
Okay, understood. That's all we can do, right? If you do bond out, you don't have to go to your preliminary hearing date. It'll be sent to the state court of Clayton County. Otherwise, your next court date is going to be on September the 20th, okay? Now, you have the right to hire your own attorney, or I can appoint one for you. Which one would you like?
For now, I will ask the court to appoint me an attorney.
Okay, that's fine. I will do that. If you change your mind later on down the road and you want to hire your own attorney, that's not a problem. Just make sure that they follow the appropriate paperwork with the court, okay?
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
If I have the money, I know it's going to be 20%, but if I have the money myself, how can I, even though I have to get someone to sign me, how can I get the money that I have to pay for that bond?
Sure. I don't exactly know, Mr. Jenkins. If you, let's just say that you had a bunch of spare money sitting around in your bank account, talk to the sheriff's deputies, because you can pay the sheriff.
This is absolutely adorable, Lisa. This is from Lisa B, our one and only Lisa B. And she has painted a lovely little beaver. That's so sweet. Oh my gosh. And I was looking at naughty pictures. Unacceptable kitchen. Unacceptable. And then that little hairy beaver popped up and I thought, oh, hairy beaver, that's odd.
Sheriff's Department directly, but you would have to pay the whole thing versus paying a percentage, right? And so you can do it that way, or you can go through a bonding company. I'm sure that there's ways that you can use a telephone at the jail to call a bonding company and see how that would work. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be of much help to you.
I understand.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Please. Thank you.
All right. What's your name, sir?
Bill Lee.
Mr. Lee, you came in with Miss Thompson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear what I told her, or you didn't?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to repeat the entire thing, just certain portions of it. Okay. Even though I don't like the charges, because somebody's the victim and somebody's not the victim, you both can't be guilty, right?
Yes, sir.
But that's for later. That's for later on down the road. I have enough evidence to continue the case, so that's what I'm going to do. It's one charge of battery. It's a misdemeanor. I am going to grant a bond of $3,000. Okay. Are you going to be able to make that?
I don't know. I don't really have no family out here.
I see. Well, that's pretty low given the circumstances. So, you know, I can't do anything else.
Can't get a signature?
No, we're not doing that. To me, it's either the charges are dismissed or it's a low bond. You know, there's not much wiggle room on it. And like I said, even though I don't like it, I got to follow the law. Okay. Your next court date is going to be on September 20th. If you bond out, you don't have to go to that. If you're still here on September 20th, you should have a conversation with the attorney and get them to negotiate. Now, they may be able to negotiate you a recognizance bond at that juncture, but not right here. Okay. But if you do bond out, just make sure that you have a good address and stuff for the clerk's office. Now, you do have special condition of part of your bond is to not have any contact with Miss Nagel Thompson. All right. You heard what I told her. Y'all two just aren't mixing together good right now. So don't have any contact with her. Don't mess with her. Don't go to where she lives. Don't phone her, Instagram her, Facebook message, whatever it is that y'all think is okay to do. She equals jail for you and you equal jail for her. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Appoint one.
All right. Give me just a second.
Is there any way I could get the court date to the 19th instead of the 20th? Because I already have a court date that same day.
The 19th is for felonies, so you don't want that court date. You don't want me to upgrade it to a felony, do you?
No, I already have a court date in Plain County for the 19th. That's not a felony charge though. It's a misdemeanor.
Oh, well, I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how you got that, because the court dates that I was given was the 19th is for felonies, the 20th misdemeanors, and then the 21st is for felonies. So I don't know. But either way, it's on the 20th. I've granted your request for a court-appointed attorney. Do you have any questions other than what you've already asked me?
That's everybody.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck to you, sir.
Appreciate it.
That one I can show you.
All right.
I broke that on
What's your
myself.
name?
DeAndre Matthew.
All right. Give me just a second. All right, Mr. Matthew, you were charged with one count of, hold on one second for me. Hold on one second. Okay, all right. You are charged with one count of theft by conversion. I have read the warrant and I am going to dismiss the charge against you. This is a civil matter, and so they can deal with your alleged breach of contract with you in a different court, but not in the criminal court. So as long as you don't have any other cases or charges pending in Clayton County or somewhere else, they'll process the dismissal order. Just give them some time, be patient, don't get in any more trouble, and you'll be good to go, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, very good. Good luck to you, sir. All right, sir, what's your name?
Mayo.
All right, Mr. Mayo, you were charged with one count of simple battery. It is a misdemeanor. I am going to grant a bond in your case. The bond is going to be $3,000. A special condition of your bond is to not have any contact with Amanda Cheney. Who is that to you? Okay, well, just like I've told the other people, right? You've been around listening and paying attention to what's going on. She equals jail. So don't Instagram, kick, message, whatever it is that y'all think you can do and be smart to not get caught. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Otherwise, you're going to end up right back where you are right now. Okay. Your next court date is going to be on September the 20th. Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you? What's that? Appoint one? All right. All right. Do you have any questions? You got to give me a yes or a no.
No.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Parks.
All right. What's your name, sir?
Joshua Parks.
All right, Mr. Parks, you are charged with one count of theft by taking, looks to be a misdemeanor, bond is $2,000, criminal trespass, bond is $2,000. Who is Nakia Clark? Who is that to you?
My children's mother.
Do y'all live together?
No, sir.
Okay, good. All right. So for while this case is pending and while this order is in effect, don't have any contact with her, okay? If y'all have children together and you want to see the kids, that's not a problem. Just don't contact her. Make arrangements through a third party to where they can get the kids, you can see them and things like that, okay? I don't have to repeat it. I'm sure you heard what I just told the last guy and all the people in front of you, right? You don't want to end up back where you are. Don't have any contact with her. If you want that to be changed, have your attorney file a motion and get another judge to change it. All right. Your next court date is going to be on September the 20th. Let me make sure that's correct. Yep, it is. If you bond out, you don't have to appear for that court date. Now you have the right to hire your own attorney, or I can appoint one for you. What would you like for me to do?
Appointment, please.
Okay. All right, I will do that for you, sir. Do you have any other questions?
Yes, my mother or her mother would be the only possibilities of me contacting the kids. Her and my mother, I guess they cool, but not all the time. So I guess contacting her mother would be the only other option.
I mean, you can contact anybody in the entire planet as long as they don't have a court order to not contact, right? So there's 300 million people in America. You can contact any of them except her, all right? So if you need to go through your mom, now, look, it may be difficult. I understand that, but get creative, do what you need to do to take care of your children, but just don't have any contact with her. It can be done. All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir. All right. What's your name, sir?
Bobby Russell.
All right. Mr. Russell, you were charged with one count of, let me make sure this is correct. Misdemeanor, fleeing and eluding.
Say it,
Bond
Judge.
is going to
Say
be
it.
$2,500. All right. Your next court date is going to be on September the 20th.
No, me neither, Courtney. I'm talking about from somebody else. What I mean is that I am not in that role. I do switch, but not that often. I'm in charge a lot of the time.
Right, but for your preliminary hearing. Now, do you have the right to hire your own attorney, or I can appoint one for you? What would you like?
I would like to appoint one.
Okay. I will do that. Now, if you make your bond here, it says here that you have charges out in Henry. They'll clear you here, but they may send you over to Henry County, or Henry County may not want you. I don't know. But just keep that in mind when you're looking for bond. Just because you bond out here, you may not be free to go if you have charges in other jurisdictions. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions?
I think it's I didn't know I had a trespass charge. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't have access to their stuff, but look, just work hard, get this stuff cleared up. You should be relatively all right. Okay. All right. Any other questions?
So that's it.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
Did he just dismiss? Did I miss it? Or is Zycifer just here? Hi, Zycifer.
All right. What's your name?
Daniel Joshua Sellers.
All right.
Brewery hopping. Have fun, Valentino. Check in soon. I used to run pub tours. Where's Cha? Add that to my job list because that was part of the cruise ship job, but I ran a pub tour for the cruise line. So, those were always the funniest thing. We can we? That's cool. I'm trying to get a sorry, Mayor, I'm reading your comment. I'm trying to get a what's it called? Trivia game set up in the chat. A la my brain wasn't working there. A la what's it called? Early 2000s Yahoo chat rooms that I used to hang out in a lot. Be safe, Valentino. Also, that is
Okay.
so
Let me
my
do one
kind
thing
of
at a
thing to
time.
be like at an event and watching court or hanging out with you guys. Basically, I'd be like, I have friends. They're on my phone. Leave me alone. Trivial Pursuit's fun. We've played lots of games. I mean, I have the board game that we all actually need right here. Although I noticed that we sort of resisted playing this one. But let's just remember, I bought this for us all. It's a real board game, and we all need it. That's what I've learned. This is the game we all need, but we're all resisting playing that one. We're like, yeah, let's play some board games. We all need therapy.
All right, Mr. Sellers, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. The bond is going to be hold on. Bond is going to be $2,000. Okay. Are you going to be able to make that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. You do have a special condition as part of your bond to not go back to the Wayfield store located at 8777 Terra Boulevard in Jonesboro. Okay. So I don't know if you used to work there, you had friends there, or significant other there, or you have some kind of beef with somebody there. Just don't go back to that property. Okay. There's tons of stores and food locations. There's Kroger, there's Walmart, there's just about anything you can imagine in Jonesboro. Just don't go back to that location. For whatever reason, they don't want you there. So don't get cute and try to walk along the sidewalk on the property line or anything like that. Just stay away, because if you go there, you come back here. Does that make sense? All right. Now on your court application, you wrote a name on here, and I don't understand what is that about? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me at the jail?
He can hear you, Your Honor. He was giving me the same response when I asked him to fill the form out.
Okay. Mr. Sellers, do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you? Can you speak up for me, please? Appointed. Got it. Okay.
The left field there, but okay.
Do you have a reason why you wrote somebody's name on the application? Well, that's all right.
I love this.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and appoint it because it appears that you are in need of some legal guidance, sir. And you stated on the record that you wanted me to appoint one. So that's what I'm going to do. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir. Don't go back to that location, okay?
Maybe we should make don't understand the assignment 5150.
Right, what's your name, sir?
Antoine Singleton.
All right. Mr. Singleton. All right, Mr. Singleton, you are charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, which is a misdemeanor. I am going to grant a bond in the amount of $3,000. Okay. Now, you will have a special condition of your bond to not have any contact with Shakia, or I don't know how to say the first name, Shakia Lloyd. Okay, who is that to you?
That's my wife.
Okay, do y'all have kids together?
3, and we live together. We've been living together for 5 years.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll tell you what. Give me a second, okay? I want to look at. I just want to go back and look at something again.
That's fine, Judge. I need to look at something too. If you guys are playing a game, explain to me how. But or yeah, you guys can play. That's you guys can play. I don't need to be playing. But don't abandon us. Still love us. Also, I'm changing the order to this. Don't freak out. It'll be okay.
Oh, hold on a second. Here we go. Bear with me, Mr. Singleton, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thoughts? I've changed it, City is going to be 333 and mental health / don't understand the assignment of 5150 hold. Thank you, Hector. So some of y'all are new. You better have clocked in for your shifts.
How long have y'all been together, Mr. Singleton?
We've been married 9 years.
Okay.
I mean, cut y'all. We lived together for married 9 years. So next year it'll be 10 years we've been married, and we got 3 kids together. One 11, and the twins are 7 years old.
Okay.
Judge taking his
When did you move to
time.
Georgia?
You said when I moved to Georgia?
Yes, sir.
In 2017 on November, on Thanksgiving Day. When I bought my home, when I bought the home in 2017, Thanksgiving Day.
I got you. All right. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Mr. Singleton. I'm going to put no violent contact. Now, the reason why I'm doing that is since you've been in Georgia, it appears that you haven't been in any trouble, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
South Carolina, it's kind of hit or miss on that.
That's why I'm paying, sir, for a new start.
Guys, Alex
and
G's
I've been
here.
5 years. I don't get no break.
Alex G is here. We can go now. We have been waiting 2 hours and 4 minutes. Finally, we can start. Also, Shane, thank you. I love that you are here loving the videos and enjoying me, but aren't into the chat or don't understand what they're saying. I agree. Sometimes that's the way it is. And it probably could get even crazier and will get crazier, but we're here for it. And I'm so glad y'all are here. Gosh, Alex. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, just hit the like button. And I mean, I am gonna have to put it in your record. You know how it is. I mean, I'm the boss. It's how we roll, obviously. But it's okay. It's okay. As long where the dog's taken care of, you did your walk, right? Or you haven't done the walk yet. Because if you haven't done the walk yet, I'm just kidding. You know we love you, bud. And late, early, you know how it goes. Half commenting on the video, half playing with Streamy, half boobs, and D. Exactly. That is MB, that is pretty much exactly right, especially the math portion. Oh, perfect. You delegated. That is very KCC. Look at this. See, 2 of you. Oh, just go ahead and clock in for your shift by hitting that like button. And yeah, that's how we do that. And I keep track on the screen because some people like to fuck around and unlike the video after they've liked it just to mess with me. And that's okay. I mean, it's not like I need absolutely immediate approval from people all the time. It's not like I stream for hours for that collection. Also, Boobs was last night, although they are making a guest appearance today, but last night Boobs were the main course.
Trouble, sir. I don't get in trouble, period.
I got you. I still have to, make a mental note of it, right?
Yes,
But
yes,
you've
sir.
been here and you've been behaving yourself, and you didn't put your hands on anybody. But you see what happens. Even if you don't put your hands on somebody, things can go wrong. So I know that tempers flare, and you think that punching a hole in a wall or throwing things is better than hitting somebody. But at the same time, are y'all legally married?
Legally married. We get married in South Carolina at the courthouse. We get married 2000. Matter of fact, we get married. Oh Lord, I'm so nervous.
I got you.
We get married in 2013.
Okay.
June,
Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is, unfortunately, I can't verify your marital status. I'm just asking. So I'm gonna the criminal trespass.
I know it. February 13, 2013.
There you go.
I just been nervous. That's all, sir.
It's okay.
The Soft City was on the first bond night official, not the night when I tested him, I think, but the first night when we had this rating and we had the so it's the first thumbnail that has bond court dismissal Dan, because we made the scale, the ranking, like the voting in the chat that evening, I believe, and there was a Sov City, which is the only reason I included it. Because, oh no, don't be sorry, dude. Don't be sorry at all. These are the kinds of things I forget. Like, if I was smart, I would go back and retitle all of the lives with, oh, that's a great idea. You guys could help me with this. What we could do is every night, we don't put names in the chat or in the title. Sorry, names in the chat, man. But I don't do names in the title. But what we should do is each night we should come up with a perfect caption for the live that I'll change the title to, because I can do that with the lives. And then we'll be able to better reference them, I think. That will be fun. We'll make that part of like our evening. F in the chat for the hat. Exactly. So like tonight will be F in the chat for the hat. That will be what this episode will be called. And I really don't care if people don't get it. I just don't care. Like, if you're going to get it and hang out here, you will, or you're not. So, and every time we'll have, see, Alex G. Here he is.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much, Alex. I lost that paperwork about you being late, dude. You're cool now. Welcome back. Alex has been in the club for a while as executive chef. Hi, Harmony. Anyway, so let's do that. Let's make that part of what we do. And it's fun because the best part about the lives is hanging out with the chat. And I appreciate it, all of you guys. And I just love it. So thank you, Rich, for the question, Alex for the signing up for your shift properly. And again, love hanging out with you guys. I still see you guys fucking around with the like button, and I know you're doing it just to bug me, and that's okay. As long as when you leave, you make sure it was hit. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, last thing I'm going to say. Obviously, it would be smarter to like title the lives based upon what court might happen, but the reality about the rewatchability of lives is that that's not the point. These are never going to appeal to people that need the description and the title to be accurate. It's just the reality of it. My lives are like hours on hours long every time. And I'm not going to change it, and I'm not going to fucking get good at properly organizing it. So it's way cooler and more fun to me to name it the cool meme part of the evening that ended up being funniest, so that we can all know what it is and be able to go back and see it, as opposed to like, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, instead of a YouTube friendly title, I just don't give a shit about that anymore. That's just the way it's going to be. The title does well, I think it will properly, like the way I'll title it, we'll do the sort of naming thing, like F in the chat for the hat. And I think that people will enjoy it. And if, like I'm saying, I think if people are going to watch my lives, they're going to watch them regardless of the title. Maybe one video like might rope in people for the lives, but really they don't. It's just not, I can see the analytics. I see what watches and how long people watch and all those kinds of things. So these I do because I enjoy it and I like spending time with y'all, and this is how I really like to spend my evenings. But and so I think that'll be even more fun, because honestly, every day now I'm like, what am I going to name this live? I don't know what's going to be funny yet. It develops in the moment. So that's a perfect way to do that. And I think it's cool to involve the chat as well, because I also have a plan to do like a comment highlight section where I highlight a cool comment about different whatever. And so, no, and I can't tell if you have another tab open, because you wouldn't download that software I sent you, Alex. No, I'm just your light counter probably says 50. Are you on a phone, Crystal? Or are you on a computer? If you're on a computer, hit F5. If you're on a phone, you'll probably have to go out entirely of the app, close it, and then come back in. And I found that the light counter pretty much oh, you're still working on the prints? Oh my God. I have been watching so much scam baiting stuff lately, guys, I'm itching to fucking play with scammers. Honestly, exactly, our Fulmer. And the reality is I want to, I don't know, abs or 8. I'm going to probably make more videos, hopefully. Scam baiting is so great. And I watch a lot of different ones. I found a new one recently, Pleasant Green, that has been like Kitboga is my fave, and you've seen it like pop up as next video for me, and I watch them all the time. Like, actually, often, well, I do court a lot. Scam baiting, Alex, is the art and the skill of engaging with people who believe they are scam baiting, or they are scamming people that are old or vulnerable. So a lot of people have been doing this for a long time on Twitch, and you have to spend hours and hours and hours. Hi, Cachette. And hours doing it. And so there's like a subgenre of people that you watch live on Twitch, and then you can watch them live doing this. But then there are a few channels who condense it into a story. And I know Atomic Shrimp, our Fulmer for sure. Yeah, and so Kit Boga's one, and like Credence and Mikey, I think they would be incredible scam baiters with their soundboard and the way they play off of each other. I think that Credence and Mikey could literally be hilarious. Like, the problem is with scam baiting, if you want to do it for a decent amount of time, you have to be set up properly to resist. Like, most of them aren't hackers. They are social engineers who convince elderly people to give them access. There's no hacking involved, but there is a dangerous portion to it. And that's why I don't just jump into it that way. I'm aware enough of that I don't have an extra computer. Let's just put it that way. I need this fucking computer. I can't be letting anybody into it without being sure of how that works. So more than a VPN, Chris. Like, you need to be set up in a way to, yeah, pierogi, exactly. Like, all the greats. They're greats. And so what I would like, I feel like I'm a great mouthpiece. Like, I would love to be talking, and I can talk for hours. I mean, I've done 8-hour lives in the last 90 days, like many of them. And I think I would actually do very good at calling the victims and explaining to them what the scam is and helping them stop it, as opposed to talking to the scammer. Because I actually have spent quite a bit of time talking to elderly people and trying to explain the why behind it, and also the sort of, because I worked at the bank for so long, like I was able to prevent scams at the bank window, which was frustrating because I stopped very many wire transfers. Seriously, I would very rarely do a wire transfer. First of all, if somebody is doing a wire transfer in the branch, you fucking know it. And I was involved immediately in every single one without fail. I just like made it my business, and I just would not do them. I just stop it. I would just be like, no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. I would push back. I would make it like, talk about scam baiting. That was it. And at that point, it wasn't people on their cell phones. These were just older people coming in to do banking. But to me, basically any single wire transfer was very suspicious. You had to answer every question right to me to make me realize that you are not being scammed. And if you were being scammed, I would then put the notes of hell on your account. Seriously. So that you barely could do anything in banking. Seriously. Like, there's ways to do that. When I worked at the bank, like, you can make shit have to have supervisor overrides and different notes that have to be read. And I remember, like, there was a whole big issue with people getting scammed. And I remember this one lady, and I was like, they're going to come back and I am going to fucking lock this down. And I was like, you must phone me. That's what I put in. I was like, I put this in. Like, you must phone this branch and speak to somebody in order to do any wire transfers for this account, blah, 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 blah. And then I would call social services for elder people, like, if they were being, like, abused financially as well. And again, like, a lot of people would get upset. And to me, I'm like, okay, red flag right there. Like, okay, you're just proving me completely right. Like, you're getting upset about me being concerned about their well-being. Not a good look. And also keep in mind, I was a teenager. I worked at the bank starting when I was 15, and I worked there until I was, yeah, and this was in the early 2000s, remember. I'm not talking about, like, the internet was around, but this was not, these scams were different. They were like wire transfers, like, for different reasons. The reason never mattered to me. I was always just immediately able to tell if somebody was doing something for somebody without it being proper. Like, it was just obvious. It's just so obvious. Like, 3 questions. Like, there's like 2 reasons you would send a money transfer like that internationally from your bank. And yeah, even those reasons, somebody would have to want to do it, to answer the questions right, for me to let them do it. And even then, I would stall long time. Because the thing about a wire transfer is once it's sent, you cannot get that back. So I would do, yeah, no. And the other thing is they're so rare at the bank. I mean, back in the day. Transfers, no. And that's why, like, totally different, right? People could scam in the country. I actually was listening to Nana watching a show recently about romance scams, which are very sad. And the thing about romance scams and the sad part about that is that the people are very lonely usually that get sucked into those scams. And you have to understand, like, if the one I was listening to, the guy stole $1 million from this lady over 2 years. Okay. Well, how many hours a day would you work for $500,000 tax free a year? A lot, I bet. I bet you put in a fuck ton of energy and time. So the, you know, they work hard at it. There's a reason for it. Anyways, Alex, thank you for being here. We will see you next time. Make sure you've clocked in / out, but you know what I mean. Let's continue. Let's finish this this hearing with Dan, dismissal Dan. Thank you, Cashette. Funny you should mention that. I made a makeup tutorial video of this exact look that I did tonight. That I am going to post as a members only video. It's revealing of me as a weird, like, freak. Anyways, okay, let's just continue while I think about that.
Okay, it's all right. You got to remember your marriage date, man. That's an important date.
I sit in front of you and I just nervous.
All right, let me get through this for you, okay? Criminal trespass, I'm going to grant you a bond of $3,000. Special condition to have no violent contact. So don't throw things, don't hit things, don't yell, don't cuss, don't scream, don't do none of that type of stuff, all right? You got to remain cool as a cucumber, okay? Now, on the cruelty to children charge, I'm dismissing that one against you. They didn't name the victim, so I don't know who the victim is, and so I can't legally keep that charge on you. Now, they could bring that charge back later on down the road if they want to. I don't know if they will. I don't know if they won't. I'm just letting you know. Don't be surprised if you show up to court in a future date and then they've got more charges, okay? But right now, I don't have a victim. They don't have a case, okay?
Yes,
so no
sir.
violent contact with Shaquille Lloyd. Are you going to be able to make your bond?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. The court date would be September the 20th if you do not bond out, okay? But if you bond out, you don't need to go to that court date. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for
Oh shit. See, look what happens when I try and do 2 things at once. I've never seen that happen. Damn it. Come on, Judge. Come back. Come back.
one for you?
You can appoint one for me, sir.
Oh, I don't know if you're going to qualify. Are you employed?
No, sir, I'm disabled. I've been disabled since 2015, 7 years now. I got a prosthetic leg.
Were you in the military?
No, sir. In the foot level, I've been at work and the foot level run my foot over at work and took my foot below the knee down.
Okay. But you do have a rental property?
Yes, sir. At 939, that's why I had bought that.
Okay. All right. Well, it's on the border, but I'm gonna grant your request for a court-appointed attorney. Okay. All right. So I've told you what your bond is, your court date, your special conditions. Do you have any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You have a nice day.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Brown. All right. Give me just 1 second, sir.
Mr. Brown, Frank Brown.
Yes, sir. All right,
How's
Mr.
it going?
Brown, good afternoon. I am Judge Daniel Nagel. This hearing is what is called an extradition hearing. All of the rights that I discussed with people earlier also apply in your case, but your hearing is a little different from the other first appearance hearings that have just taken place. You do not have any pending charges against you here in Clayton County. You have been brought to court today because you have charges pending against you in another state. And they are requesting that you return to the state to answer these charges. And are you in fact Frank W. Brown?
Yes.
Okay. Do you already have an attorney representing you in the case, in this case?
No, this is the first time I've ever heard of it.
Got it. All right. Well, you were charged with being a fugitive from justice as follows. Enter and remain in the state of Georgia knowing that you were wanted by, looks like Broward County Sheriff's Office, Florida for larceny warrant number W936506692, a felony. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to OCGA Title 17, Chapter 13. As you have heard, it is alleged that you
No,
were
something's
charged
up with the video.
larceny in the state of Florida. Now, you have a choice as to whether you wish to contest extradition or to waive extradition and be returned to the other state without going through the formal extradition process. If you decide that you wish to contest extradition, the court
I shouldn't
may
make fun,
commit you
but
to the county
seriously,
jail
what the
for
hell?
an initial period of 30 days. During that time, a warrant will be prepared under the governor's signature for your extradition to the other state. The court may consider allowing you to post bond, but the court is not required to allow bond in your case. And as you're wanted by another jurisdiction, I am not going to set a bond in your case at this time. If you do not wish to voluntarily return to the state of Florida, you may file a writ of habeas corpus to contest the extradition. The writ of habeas corpus can only contest 4 things. Number 1, whether the extradition documents are in order on their face. Number 2, whether you are charged with a crime that actually exists in the demanding state of Florida. Number 3, whether you are the person named in the request for extradition. And number 4, whether you are in fact a fugitive from justice. You cannot contest the issue of guilt or innocence in this state. You are entitled to the advice of counsel in contesting extradition or deciding whether to waive extradition. If the state is unable to extradite you within 30 days, you may be committed to the county jail for an additional 60 days awaiting your extradition. If the extradition is not completed in 90 days, then you may be released. So, Mr. Brown, do you want to waive extradition and they'll arrange to have, Florida will arrange to have you picked up, or do you wish to contest it?
What happened to his voice?
I'm gonna sign
Did he have a
it.
list?
Okay, all right. So if you sign that paperwork, then the deputies will fax it back over to me, and then I'll include it in the bundle that I sent to the sheriff's office.
Can I ask you something? Does it stipulate who or what larceny was upon who? Does the
No, sir. It just literally says larceny, and then they have a warrant number, and I'll read it again for you. W936506692. So, and it looks like it's out of Broward County Sheriff's Office. That's all the information that I have.
this warrant number here is different if you can see it.
I have, give me just a moment. Because I sent that over to the deputies.
Does he sound like he's in Spain?
You want me to call it off to you?
No, just give me just a moment. Let me see. Oh, what you're looking at is the Clayton County warrant number.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the Clayton County warrant number.
Okay.
Yes.
Once I sign, how much time do they have to come and get me?
So I believe it's about 10 days or so, but it may be a little bit longer.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. So I'll wait for the deputies to return those documents.
Okay.
Okay, the
All
end
right,
got
that's all that I
weird
have.
there. Got weird. But let me just see what I can find here. I posted, for anybody wondering. Let's go back to that new judge. I want to see if one more of his. I think the sound went out of sync too. It's because I posted a video in the middle of this stream, which would be frowned upon probably. But I put a members only my makeup tutorial that I just did, which
Michigan
honestly will
versus
probably just make
Wilson.
y'all not. Anyways, it'll smash some illusions the way I do my makeup. It's not Happy Divorce Judge. I don't have more of his stuff right now. Well, I do, but in the archive and hard to find. No, this is the William Ballargeron. I see one here. We're taking a gamble. We'll see how we do. To go potty as well, so I'll put that on.
This is, I believe, defendants, and then this is plaintiffs.
Yeah. Thank you, Courtney.
All right. See how well I can do reading my own writing here.
Listen, Judge, I'm trusting you. I'm going to the bathroom, which means I'm walking
Right.
away from this computer for a minute.
After
What
the
means
trial in this
that if
matter,
you
obviously
fucking do some nut stuff, I'm going to be in trouble. So I'm putting a lot of faith in you for a new judge. I shouldn't do this. I should learn mistakes. Let's just let it happen. This lady's wearing a leopard print shirt.
A deal of testimony has been taken. I reviewed my notes on this, and I conclude there's three main categories of complaint in this matter that pertaining to noise, parking, and ground appearance. These are the main real thrusts of this case. There's a couple of other issues that are tossed in as well that I'll address as we go forward. But the main issue, as testified very specifically by Ms. Wang, the manager in this park, was the parking and the repeated violations of the parking issue. And it appears likely that the defendant in this case did allow and perhaps even encourage individuals to park haphazardly in the general vicinity of their home. I think it bears stating that simply by virtue of the being at the park 20 plus years does not give the defendants the right to appropriate all available spaces in front of other lots or vacant lots or in the neighborhood in general. Well, a good deal of evidence was presented that seemed to indicate.
Hold on. This is so petty. Is there the whole fucking trial to this? Because we be watching that. I don't want to know the ending yet. Yes. Oh, fuck. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus, for letting me realize this is a petty one that we want to watch. Fuck yes, guys. Popcorn. Get your popcorn. We got an hour and a half of petty shit and we don't even know the ending. This is so good. But it's about parking. Yes. Oh, also, Courtney, I have a dress that literally reminds me of you that I'm going to show you in a minute because of your icon. Seriously, guys, that was so close. That was so close. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Daddy. YouTube Daddy. One day I'll tell the story about Daddy, calling somebody Daddy, which is something I swore I would never do. until I did, and I liked it.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. George Perry here on behalf of Roger.
Okay. And we were finished with the plaintiff's presentation last time, and we were going to get into the defense.
Last time, can't get it, guys. He only had 2 days worth of stuff on there. I checked. So we get what we get. This is what we get, and we don't get upset.
Presentation. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, we had put on investment, and I think we were going.
Exactly, Courtney. And then all of a sudden, there it is. And it's not weird at all. And you do it in front of everybody and people, and then you just own it. And you're like, yeah, it's my daddy. That's right.
Cross-examination.
Okay.
Right. That's my understanding as well, Your Honor.
I'm literally going to get changed into this other dress.
You know what? Now you say that, you're right. Absolutely. I apologize for misstating that. Are you ready to proceed then with cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Does the court see Miss Melissa Wing on Zoom?
That's what I'm saying. Did you want to try to reach out to her to find out?
Yes, please. I'm texting her now.
All right. In the meantime, why don't we have our witness come up to the stand if she would? Or tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You've been sworn before. I'm just re-swearing now just to remind you that you're under oath. Please have a seat. You've already established your name and spelling, so.
PATRICIAHECKMAN.
Okay, well, we can do it again then if you'd like, okay. So I would, rather than jump into it, I want to give your client an opportunity to jump in. Is she going to be joining?
Yes, Your Honor. She says she's logging into the office right now. She's trying to log on with her phone.
While we're waiting for that, how many witnesses do you anticipate?
Just Mr. Heckman being.
Oh, okay.
Already being involved.
Did she say 8?
Right. Then, well, we'll see if you have rebuttal.
At most, I have 2 rebuttal witnesses, Miss Wing and Miss Marty Berber.
I know I'm muted. I feel very shouldery. I said, boobs. I like the other shirt though too. I feel like I'm at a luau. Could be luau, right? Thank you, Hector.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh my God, Autumn, yes. Please. If this judge went on Omegle after.
No. Again, I find myself not smelling this, but everybody else seems to smell it. So I'm going to just, in any event, we did get an email from facilities that they're going to bypass the air circulation.
Hold on, we need to go back. What? Hi Hayden. No worries, just clock in. Oh, or maybe don't because we're at 69. Although, let's be realistic about 69, right? It's not as effective as everyone would think, but um what is going on with the smell? This is so weird. All my clothing is maybe meant for cruises. I don't understand what's happening. Where is he, first of all? We already think he's in his basement on Omegle, which I agree with 100%, Autumn. And now he's saying he doesn't smell the issue, but the other people do. Well, that usually means that's a you problem, sir. Oh, no. Fuck. I'm gonna need to I need to make a note. Do you know how many videos I have to make? See, I put stuff on top of my notepad. I'm gonna write this down. Like, seriously. This is another video. He's been a judge for many years. You voted from, oh my God, you voted in the judges. That's so funny to me. I totally forgot about that part. Forgot. We don't vote for judges like that in Canada. Y'all know me. You know I'm Canadian. Oh yeah. Michigan judges, Michigan and Georgia are like the bread and butter of the court world. Or court YouTube. And Texas. Name another one that I'm missing. Oh, Washington. Duh. Duh. Okay, let's keep watching. No, we're gonna go back 30 seconds and listen to him talk about this.
So if they're gonna just, and I find myself not
Kansas.
smelling this, but everybody else seems to smell it.
Nevada too.
Just so parties here know.
To be totally clear, I have already attempted to find courts from each state, but I get distracted every time. But I follow most Supreme Courts of almost every state, and a number of magistrate courts. But yes.
Again, I find myself not smelling this, but everybody else seems to smell it. So I'm gonna just, in any event, we did get an email from facilities that they're gonna bypass the air circulation section from the courthouse, this section of the courthouse. So yesterday that did address the issue, that and the fan. So we'll see. Hopefully that will alleviate any discomfort or inconvenience anyone has. All right, and you want to state your name, please, for the record?
Patricia Heckman.
No.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. Galaxy A42.
Melissa Wing with Pinecrest.
Thank you. All right. Now, it looks like you have another device attempting to join. Did you try to log in with something and you're using a different device now or not?
No, I tried to log in twice because I answered a call in between. So it's this one.
Well, there's one sitting there orbiting. I don't know what's going to happen to it. So I presume it's just going to go away.
Okay.
All right. We are ready to proceed then with cross-examination.
Ms. Heckman, how would you prefer I address you in the court? Pat?
Yeah.
Pat, do you remember your testimony? I know it's been a little over a week, but do you recall your testimony with defendants exhibit 1 with the photographs of the property, your property?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when these photographs were taken?
Our photograph
Correct, yes, defendant's exhibit 1.
throughout the past few years, I guess. There was some taken last year, some taken the year before. A few taken this year. I couldn't really tell you exactly the dates of them all, but
Do you recall your testimony about the marijuana plant growing on your property?
yeah, that was last fall or last summer, fall, close September, I think it was.
Were these pictures taken the same time frame that marijuana plant was growing on your property?
That one was, some of the other ones were probably after or before that. It just depends on what one you're showing, what one you're talking about. I don't remember exhibits 1 all the way through. I'd have to see the picture.
You're on a permission to approach and provide Pat with defendant's exhibit 1 with the photographs.
Sure.
So which one are you asking me about? The sewage?
So no, I'm asking about the pictures overall. They were taken in the same time frame that the marijuana plant was growing on the property.
This
Is
one
that
looks
correct?
like it is. Obviously the one with snow wasn't.
So is it fair to say that those photographs, they don't depict the marijuana plant in your exhibit number 1? I believe there's 11 pages worth of pictures.
So I don't understand what do you mean you picked the,
Do any of those pictures show the marijuana plant?
no, not these.
Is it fair to say that those pictures in your exhibit 1 are not the full pictures of your property because they don't depict the marijuana plant?
Well, it's back there and you can see the top of the plastic right there. At the top, that's where it's at. But you wouldn't be able to tell what it was. And them don't.
Pat, is it possible portions of your property are not visible from those pictures in your exhibit 1? Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Now, you, in the same exhibit 1, you have pictures of potential sewage. Did you ever inform Ms. Melissa Wing of any sewage leaks?
Yes.
This is Michigan. Artie, thank you so much. The Jug Management Fund. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Here, we'll do a readjustment just for that, Artie.
Oh, yeah.
There's a boob shot. Thank you.
Number of times
Hey, don't
whether
shake
it
your
was
head at
coming
my
from
shaking boobies, lady. Don't you shake
cars
your shit.
or whether it was coming from the lot next door, pouring out of there. We've always let them know things like that are going on.
So on page 9 of your exhibit, there's a picture of a trailer. And do you recall your testimony when you said this trailer is parked in front of Marty Verberg's home? That's page 9.
In front of whose home? Larry Beaver? Did she just say Larry Beaver? Fuck, my life would literally be complete. I'd be like, well, gotta stop making videos now. Seriously. There is usually a limit. It's regardless though. There are some ways, even though marijuana is legal in Canada, you can still make it that you can't smoke it in a house or vape it or all these stupid rules. It reminds me of when my mom, like the first time I sort of like came out after about smoking weed, and she was like, really, I smell it in the house a lot. It's really bad. And I was like, really? Because like I've been smoking for here for the last 5 years, the exact same way, and you've never mentioned it before. So I really doubt it, because it didn't change at all. And she was just like, what? And I was like, yeah, like I've been using my volcano in the house for the last 5 years. So nothing's changed. I refuse to believe that it has anything to do with that. You just know now, so you think you can smell it, but you can't. And I kept smoking weed in the house.
Berber's home. About page 9. Should be the top photograph, and there should be 2 pictures on that page. Do you know if this was Marty Verberg's trailer?
No.
Do you know how long that trailer was parked there?
I think it was probably there for the day anyway.
How do you know that?
We drove by there a few times. That's the way I go to come around.
Do you know what the trailer was used for?
No.
Do you know if the trailer could have been used for a purpose related to Pinecrest Community LLC?
I don't know that. But it's not hooked in.
In your previous testimony, you talked about the flooding in the guest parking lot. Do you remember that testimony?
Yeah.
Did your guest even attempt to park in the guest parking when it was flooded?
Yeah, absolutely. You couldn't even get out of the car. You go past your pant legs, up your halfway up your leg. It was deep.
Did your guest utilize the guest parking when it was not flooded?
They have.
How frequently?
It was available. Most of them parked there. If they were just popping in, they'd pull up next to a vacant lot and park. But we were told by the owners that they could do that. So.
How are there owners of a vacant lot?
No, the owners of the park, not owners of the vacant lot. The owners of the park.
So you just testified that the guests would park in front of vacant lots.
They have.
Are you aware that according to your lease, that that's a violation of your lease agreement with Pinecrest Community LLC?
I am, except for the owners told us we could. So we never knew what was legal and what wasn't legal or the rules. They told my husband and my brother both a couple of times that as long as the lot.
And I haven't asked you a question.
But I don't know what you, yes, I'm aware of that. They're in the lease, it says that.
On page 3 of defendant's 1 exhibits, there should be a picture of a motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your motorcycle?
It's my husband's.
Is that motorcycle supposed to be parked on the lawn of your property?
No, he pushes it out of the garage and puts it there to get ready and then he pushes it to the road. So if it's parked there, it's not parked there long.
In your previous testimony, you said you did not receive any of the violations.
Only one, just one.
Was the marijuana drug violation part of any previous eviction proceedings?
No, we never even received anything on that. The only time we knew that there was anything about it was when they knocked on our door.
Do you have guests that stay in your home or in your property?
They have before.
Do your guests stay in your home when you or your husband are not there?
No.
Have you ever given guests permission to stay in your home when you or your husband are not there?
Probably my niece, yes.
So is it fair to say your niece could have stayed in your property when you or your husband were not there or present?
She could have, but I don't believe she did. If she did, she didn't stay all night. She had her own place to stay.
If you're not there, how do you know your niece did not stay all night?
I don't know that. I just take her word for it. She has her own place, so I don't know why she would.
Are you responsible, in your opinion, are you responsible for the guests in your home while they're in Pinecrest Community Park?
Yes.
Is it fair to say if one of your guests, like your niece, is loud and blaring music? Is that fair to say, given your testimony just now, that yes, if you're responsible, would you be responsible for a noise violation of your niece?
Objection, foundation. Testimony that
Kat just testified that her niece had permission or could have stayed in her home when she's not present. In previous testimony, from Melissa Wang, she established that patrons or people living in the park are responsible for their guests. So I'm asking Pat if she would be responsible for her guests.
Well, she said yes to that, but I think the objection was on the second question you asked just after that.
I can move on.
You're supposed to sustain the objection.
Pat, you testified that vehicles are parked on the side of the road because of your neighbor. Does that sound familiar? Is that an accurate?
Different neighbors, but yes.
Would this, just for memory purposes, I know it's been a little over a week, would this be the neighbors across the street from you? That you believe these vehicles are affiliated with these neighbors?
No. There was one next to us, I'm believing. The ones across the street, this is a young couple with kids, they don't usually have two. The next door neighbors on the right side of us.
I'm asking just to help me picture, and I think I'll put it to the left side of you or to the right side of you? You say next to you. What neighbors?
We're here on this side.
How do you know these are the neighbors' vehicles?
We see them come in there and leave from there. There's one there right now. Days.
Do you know if these neighbors have received violations?
I don't. They have not, as far as we've asked them, and they haven't. But I only go by what they say.
So in your testimony from a little over a week ago, you testified that Raven, your niece, comes, your daughter Ashley, or I apologize, it may be Mr. Heckman's daughter Ashley, and your son have come and stayed at your home.
They came and visited us. They don't spend the night.
How frequently do they come to your home?
A lot, like 2 or 3 times a week, probably. My sons work in town, so they stop over after work.
Do they all drive separate vehicles?
Yeah, usually.
Do they park in the guest parking?
They have.
Off camera. There's 2 camera angles of this courtroom, neither of which are helpful.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Counsel?
Mrs. Heckman, you started to provide an answer to the question regarding parking in front of the vacant lots. Had the park owners given you permission to use that space?
Yes.
If somebody wasn't living there?
Yes.
And when had that permission been granted to you?
Last year when they came into the park, very rarely, but that time they came in so everybody could come in and talk to them about any complaints or anything. And they told us that as long as the lot was vacant, there was no trailers there, that there seemed no reason why vehicles couldn't park there.
Okay. And I believe from your prior testimony that you testified that the flooding in the visitor parking area had been kind of a chronic condition until very recently.
Yeah, because it starts down there and it kind of goes downward. So we're close to the end, not real close, but close, and it floods right by our house, and that's where it deposits right down to the end. And it's deep. There was no way you could park there and get out without stepping in it up to your shins.
Ms. Wing testified that that situation has been addressed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And since it's been addressed, have you noticed the flooding like it had been before?
Well, No, it was all tore up for a while. You couldn't park there anyway while they were working on it. Now there hasn't been much rain, so I haven't noticed it as much. There's still a little bit down there, but not bad.
Okay. And certainly, if in fact, there were a circumstance in which you had visitors and that parking space was available, would you encourage them to use that space?
They come out and they're gonna be there for any length of time. We always tell them to park down, you know. A lot of times they're stopping by to drop off material for Roger or something, or the baby or whatever, and then they'll move down there.
Have any tenants ever come up to you and complained about your presence in the park?
We've had tenants come up to us and ask us for help. My husband, me.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
But they,
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
One question, Your Honor. Pat, you testified the owners gave you permission to park in front of a vacant lot. Who are these owners specifically?
Chad and Kevin, I believe are their names. They've only
Chad and Kevin, who own the vacant lot. I'm so sorry. I'm bad.
been, they don't associate with any of the tenants very much. They come in there once or twice a year, it seems like. Let the tenants come in and give any complaints or good thoughts, bad thoughts, whichever.
So Pat, you just testified Chad and Kevin come in one time a year. Did they give you permission one time to park in front of a
Couple
vacant
times, I
lot?
believe. They asked us in the beginning if they could use our house for a display as far as the pictures goes, to take and put on their pamphlet. I mean, we've talked to them once or twice, probably 2 or 3 times. My husband.
A display house? Really? Come on. Come on. Come on. What do you take me for here? A judge standing in a room that he can't smell the shit in?
2 or 3 times since you
Since
lived
they
in
bought,
Pinecrest?
since they bought the park, yes.
So is it fair to say that's 2 or 3 times over the course of years?
Well, they've only owned it 3 years.
Yeah. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
You may step down.
Like these, leave them here.
Is that them right there or is that the
Yeah,
assistant?
Counsel?
Fucking roll
Your
that
Honor,
back.
call Roger Heckman.
Night, Vicky. No worries. Have a good night. Okay, Shane, I think Chad and Kevin are the park owners too, but Chad and Kevin just sound like the funniest 2 guys. Like, dude, where's my car, sort of. Chad and Kevin. Chad said I could park at the vacant lot, man. Kevin was cool with it. Was that her? Okay, we gotta re-rack that shit. This is insane. Okay, I'm not going all the way back. I'm just gonna wait till she goes on the stand, which is right. No, already. We're gonna have to. Somebody quickly go back and look at the timestamp that I was at. Oh, you can't see it because I'm covering it. Oh, you stupid idiot, Kitch. You're such a dumbass. Oh, you're gonna have to remember. Okay. Don't be mean to yourself like I'm mean to me. Seriously. Oh my God, it is a woman. Oh, wow. That's a woman. Okay, we're gonna do a deep zoom in on this, guys. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm fucking amazed right now. I thought for sure we're talking. I know, Shane, it's like I want to hit on my pen right now, but I'm like, God, don't do it, Kitch. Don't do it. We're gonna go even bigger if I can. Yeah, I can. This is as big as we can get. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Get ready, guys. Here we go. Thank you, MB. I love you so much.
If she would. Or tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You've been sworn before. I'm just re-swearing now just to remind you that you're under oath. Please have a seat. You've already established your name and spelling, so.
Trisha Heckman, PATRICIAHECKMAN.
Okay, well, we could do it again if
Patricia.
you'd like, okay. So I would, rather than jump into it, I want to give your client an mobile home.
That's what I understand, yes.
Okay. Is that true?
It's the stuff that I do a flea market in the summer. And it was stuff that I brought back from the flea market and staged there so I can put it back in the shed in the garage. It's never been out there for a long period of time though.
How long was it out there, do you recall?
I got back late that day, so I think by morning I had it all cleaned up.
Okay. And
Is that too far? I feel like that's a whole new person. What the fuck is Anna watching?
with respect to other allegations, they make allegations that you have sped out of there on your motorcycles.
No, sir.
Okay. How long?
And made up green down here in the office.
At one time to park in
A
front of
couple
the
times,
vacant
I
lot?
believe. Well, they only owned it
Because we didn't
Swear to
hear
tell the
him
truth, the
take
whole
the
truth,
oath
and
until
nothing
now.
but the truth. Have a seat, state your name, spelled for the record.
ROGERALBERT.
Please proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Heckman, where do you reside?
274 Lisa, Plainview, Michigan.
And do you reside there with anyone else?
Just my wife, Patricia.
Okay. And Tricia Heckman is the individual who just testified. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you resided at 274 Lisa Street?
Almost 20 years.
Okay. And in that course of the 20 years, how many times or how many different owners have been there in the park?
A few, quite a few.
Okay.
I mean, owners? No, just two.
Just two owners?
Yeah.
Because he said Chad and Kevin, right?
And when did your wife testify they took over about 3 years ago? Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes, 1999. 2000, yeah,
2019?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And she identified one of those individuals as Chad.
Yes.
Okay, do you know Chad's last name?
No, I do not.
Okay, and do you know the other individual?
Kevin's? No, I do not. I just know by the first name.
Have you ever spoken with those individuals?
Yes, I have.
Regarding what?
They called us all to come visit with them, and talk about everybody was upset about the manager at the park. And they wanted to talk to us about it to see what the problems were.
Was this manager the individual who testified in this matter, Miss Wing?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And when did you first meet Miss Wing?
I met her right around September or October of 2019.
Okay. And was that a pleasant encounter?
No, sir.
Why wasn't it a pleasant encounter?
At the time, Chad and Kevin, they had a 30-yard lugger delivered out here in the office where anybody can clean up their yards or anything they had around, they wanted to throw it away. And so I got a bunch of stuff put in my truck and drove up to the lugger, put everything in the lugger. When I drove out, I drove her on the grass around the office. And she came out yelling at me because I drove on the grass.
Okay. Has the relationship between you and Miss Wing improved at any point in time since then?
No, sir.
Yeah.
I got out and confronted her about it, that she didn't know me and I didn't know her, and she shouldn't talk to me that way. And ever since then, it's not been good.
Okay, all right. You're aware that they have brought in action to terminate your tenancy there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in their petition or demand for possession, they've indicated that you have failed to comply with your lease with the park. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And they've alleged that you had a marijuana plant that was growing outside of your residence.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And when you became aware of their concern regarding that, let me strike that out. How did you become aware of their concern regarding that?
The police officer from Plano knocked on my door.
Okay.
And I answered it, and he asked me about the plan out back. I took him out and I showed him.
Okay, and did you make any effort to hide that plant or secrete it in any way?
Well, I had an agreement, made a greenhouse.
Okay, but was that to facilitate or assist in its growth?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And what did the police officer ask you to do?
He said that since I didn't have a fence around it, even though it was covered up, you couldn't see it, but I did have a fence around it. I had to remove it.
Okay, and did you remove it?
Yeah, within an hour or an hour and a half. From when he knocked on my door.
Okay, and you took that plant elsewhere?
I chopped it down there.
Okay, so it didn't survive that hour and a half, is that
No.
Okay, all right. You've heard the assertion that you have tires,
legal
debris,
in-
and all that kind of stuff around your mobile home.
That's what I understand, yes.
Okay.
I thought it was all about the plant. Isn't it legal to grow like 4 plants or 6 plants in Michigan? I'm really confused. Like, the plant. Did you secrete it? Which he meant secret, I think. Like, I guess that's the way you pronounce that. That's not how I would say that. Listen, Lisa. The reality is, why? I don't know what's happened. I must have rubbed my face anyways. This is super lame, and it's not the neighbor, it's the manager of the park right here, this lady, Miss Wing. Miss Wing. Actually, I'm gonna scooch this over because I can, so that you can see her name. We're not missing anything up here with his stupid thing. Like, what are the angles that he's chosen here? Seriously.
There was so much going on in my head.
It's crazy.
Is that true?
It's the stuff that I do a flea market in the summer. And it was stuff that I brought back from the flea market and the stage there so I can put it back in the shed in the garage. It's never been out there for a long period of time though.
How long was it out there, do you recall?
Well, I got back late that day, so I think by morning I had it all cleaned up.
Okay. And with respect to other allegations, they make allegations that you have sped out of there on your motorcycles?
No, sir.
Okay. How long have you been a motorcycle, shall we say, enthusiast?
All years, ever since I can drive.
Okay. How old are you?
52 or 62.
Okay. 62?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've been a motorcycle enthusiast then for about 45 years.
Yes, sir.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You've owned lots of motorcycles in your time?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of motorcycle do you have now?
I've got a Harley Davidson road team.
All right. And where do you keep that motorcycle most of the time?
In the garage where it's on the site there.
Okay. And when you use the motorcycle, is it for purposes of going somewhere, or do you use it for recreational riding? What do you do?
Transportation a lot of times, and then charity runs to raise money for charities.
Okay.
For recreation, yes.
All right. And do you make a pattern or practice of parking that vehicle outside of your garage?
No.
Okay.
Usually it's either on the street or it's in my garage.
Okay.
It sits in the yard when I'm back in it, get ready to go.
You've heard questioning from council talking about the presence of the bike on grass. How often is your Harley Davidson parked on your grass?
Only when I'm packing up to go away or to go for a ride.
Okay, all right. And so would it remain there for more than an hour or two?
Hour at most.
Okay, all right. What about any noise complaints in relation to your operation of the motorcycle? Do you ever speed out of there or cause undue noise or anything like that?
No, sir. Well, mainly sometimes I push it to the street so I don't bother my neighbors.
Okay. Have any neighbors ever come up to you and complained about your motorcycle?
No, sir. I didn't ask them.
All right. And am I correct in understanding that US 131 is right behind your place?
Yes, sir. Happens.
Okay. Is it an infrequent occurrence to hear traffic on 131?
All the time.
Okay. Are there occasions when you might hear traffic that resembles that of a motorcycle?
No, yes, sir. Yes.
What about truck traffic?
I'm gonna just need to stop. Ms. Wing, you can't, whatever you're doing there, I need you to perhaps maybe mute your microphone or something because we're getting noise picked up from your actions over there.
Sorry, just communicating with the attorney. I'll mute it.
That's fine, you can, there we go. Please proceed.
Thank you. Are there occasions when you'll hear tractor trailer traffic?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right. And can that be loud at times?
Very loud.
Okay. And notwithstanding that, like that sound, you've lived there for a long time, right?
Right.
Okay. Have you ever contemplated moving from that site because of the sound?
We were gonna move it one time, but the price was right and we were retired. Or I had retired at the time and we decided it was affordable living, so we stayed there.
Do you take pride in your home?
Yes, sir, I do.
You're retired?
Yes.
Do you and Mrs. Heckman work on your home?
Very much so, yeah. There's work came us from model.
There's been an accusation or allegation, I should say, that let people live in your home when you're not there. Is that true?
No, sir.
You have lots of family members?
Oh, very much so.
How many family members between you and Mrs. Heckman, do you have?
Oh, I would say between our brothers and sisters and nieces and aunts and everything, probably 20, 25.
Okay. And do they come over and visit you regularly?
Yeah, we usually have cookouts and we come visit. We're the one aunt and uncle.
Okay. All right. Ms. Wing referred in her testimony that your house is a flop house. Is that an accurate assessment?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't permit people just to come on over and willy-nilly stay at your home?
No. No. We've had guests, they stayed the night, but they leave. We've never, no.
Is that what a flop house is? The sleepover house? Like what?
I'm going to show you what been admitted as defendant's exhibit 1. Have you take a look at these pictures here. See those pictures?
Yes, sir.
Flowers and those kind of things?
Yes.
Has that been, I understand from Mrs. Heckman's testimony, the flowers aren't quite to that level this year so far, but
They're down there now, yes.
they have now?
Yes.
Okay, so if we were to drive by your place that looked something like that,
Yes,
is that
sir.
right?
Yes.
And have you taken efforts to make your home look like that pretty much annually?
Every year.
Every year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
I even replanted the grass and stuff in the backyard, put sod in there, everything else to make it look better.
Mrs. Heckman made or testified that you had been approached about using your home for a mobile home park pamphlet. A pamphlet.
Yes, I have.
Who approached you?
I think it was Kevin approached me and wanted to know if they could take pictures to put on their front of their cover of their for the mobile home park.
Okay, all right. Have you ever been approached by any of the park inhabitants or tenants about playing your music too loud?
No.
Have you ever been approached by Marty regarding any activity at your place that she found objectionable?
No. I don't believe so. Like what? What are you talking? I mean,
has she ever come up to you and said that you were doing something that bothered her?
No.
He sounds so
I just came to
innocent.
the door and put a notice on our door now and then maybe, or a flyer for the park, but never came up and
Okay, all right. Has there been periods of time in which the unit across the street from you has been vacant?
Yes.
Have you ever noticed any sort of surveillance equipment over there?
Yes, sir. I have photos of it. Yes.
And when you say you've noticed the surveillance equipment, where was the surveillance equipment?
In the windows of the trailers. There was even some in the people that live there had cameras in the windows.
Pointed at you?
Yes, sir. Right at my front step.
How long ago did you notice this?
It's been going on for 3 years. It was. It hasn't been too bad lately, but numerous times.
And how long has Ms. Wing been the on-site manager?
3 years. It's like 2019.
Has anybody ever come up to you and complained that you and Mrs. Heckman or you or Mrs. Heckman are a substantial annoyance?
No, sir.
To the tenants or to the mobile home park?
No, sir. You come up and ask for my help.
When you say they come up and ask for your help, I don't want to get into the specifics of the conversation, but they're asking for your personal assistance?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Usually my wife's freeze or something like that.
All right. And if a tenant needed some assistance, you would step forward and offer to help.
Oh, sure, sure. I've even helped the park before.
How many lots, I should say, are in the park?
I think there's a total of 83.
Okay. And
I'm
how
sorry,
many?
did you say 83?
Yes, sir, 83.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's right. And how many of them are occupied?
I would say probably 65 maybe.
Okay.
There's about 20 or 25 missing.
That are unoccupied?
Yes.
Now, when you say unoccupied, is there an actual unit there that's not occupied in terms of the unit, or is there no unit there and the lot is
There's like
vacant?
20 empty lots, and then there's like 5 lots where they brought in new trailers that they're trying to rent out.
How many vacant units were there when Miss Wing took over the management of the facility?
There was just a few, probably 5 or 6 at the most. I think there was trailers on them. I never knew a lot that was empty.
Right. You've heard Ms. Wing's testimony that all these warning notices had been either handed to you or posted to your door, or in some circumstances, I think she said they were emailed to you. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That's what she says, yes. I never received an email or anything.
Okay, but do you recall receiving all these notices concerning violations that she claims to have provided to you?
No.
Have you ever discovered any violations laying around in the grass or in your neighbor's yards or anything like that?
No, usually they put it in an envelope and gave it to my door.
Okay. You're not saying that you've never received a
No,
violation?
I've received some, yes.
Okay. You haven't received all the violations
As
they
she says.
claim to say. Sir.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
If you do receive a violation that you understand that you may have violated something or a term or a condition, do you undertake an effort to address that quickly?
Yes, sir. I've even gone down and talked to her about one time.
What was that?
Parking the trailer on the lawn when I was putting sod in the backyard, redoing the sod and the grass and everything.
Okay, and you received a violation for that?
Yes.
And did you go, you said you went
I
down?
went down to talk to her about it, yes.
You went down to talk to Ms. Wing about it?
No, we didn't resolve it.
You did not resolve it?
No, I just turned around and did the trailer and pulled it out the yard.
How long was the trailer on the yard?
Probably a day and a half. I had sod and topsoil on it to redo the backyard. I was working on it.
Okay, all right. You enjoy living in the park?
Yes, I do. I did. I mean, it's not as nice as it used to be, but yeah. I mean,
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any questions, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Heckman, how would you prefer I address you at the court?
Roger's fine.
Roger? Roger, you testified you knowingly grew a marijuana plant on your property, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Were you aware growing marijuana is a lease violation?
No, this says illegal drugs. It's not illegal.
Are you aware marijuana is federally illegal?
No, I'm not. State law, kind of.
I'm sorry, are they really arguing that it's federally illegal in Michigan? That's a fucking weak argument. That's a very weak argument in a legalized state, isn't it? What else does she have? Apparently all of the other lease violations, if they're such horrible tenants. It wouldn't even be fucking, oh my God. You can say you can't have it in a lease. That's fine. A lease violation is absolutely arbitrary. They can fucking say you have to use pink dildos only in their lease violations. And it would be weird, but if you sign the lease willingly, that's your pink dildo night. But don't call freaking federal law into it. Just stand on your lease. It just begs that your lease argument is weak. Because it doesn't say it's illegal to grow marijuana. It says it's illegal to grow illegal drugs, probably. And so I think that it is weak. It only weakens your argument to point it out like that. In a state where it's legalized. In a state where it wouldn't be legalized, I mean, you'd have a lot more to stand on. But again, write a better lease. Good night, Shane. I hope you have a good night. But seriously, right? Like, write a better lease, in my opinion. And again, if this couple is such a heinous nightmare to have as tenants, you should have ample evidence of that without the one plant. Also, one plant. Like, again, these are really weak things that make me think Melissa over here might be a little bit lame. Just like be better,
Roger, you testified that you have lots of family members. Is one of those family members, does he go by the name Rodney?
Yes, my brother.
Does Rodney ever stay at your residence or your home?
He comes to visit, but he's never stayed.
Does Rodney have a motorcycle?
No.
When you say Rodney has never stayed, what does that mean?
He never stayed overnight or one period of time he comes to visit. And then he'll leave.
When Rodney comes to visit, what type of vehicle does he take to transport himself to your property?
His truck.
You testified that there's surveillance equipment in a nearby home.
There has been, yes.
And then you also testified this started about 3 years ago, is that correct?
Yeah, the first 2 years, yes. It hasn't been real bad right now, but there has been, yes.
How do you know there's surveillance equipment? Can you
I talked to the owner of the trailer. He told me he was asking if he wouldn't mind putting them in there. Keep an eye on me.
So you also testified that there are vacant lots.
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, about 20 plus vacant lots? Is that
There's not,
testimony?
I do believe yes.
Do you know why they're vacant lots?
There's a lot of people got evicted.
Do you know why these people were evicted?
Some of them for obvious reasons. Some of it's not taking care of the yard. Some of it's not paying the bills. Stuff like that.
Objection, yeah, calls for speculation. Seriously, I was
say that these vacant lots, the previous owners, to your knowledge, if they had obvious reasons for being vacated.
Possible, so yes.
Since when is he an expert?
You said that you received some violations. Can you put a number on what some means?
Like maybe probably 8, 10.
8 to 10
In the
violations?
last 3 years.
It wasn't about smoking, Mayor. It was about growing the plant.
Received violations.
And they usually come and take them on my door. I've come to where I've heard them before and I've taken the violation off and tried to chase them down, but they just kept on going. I was going to talk to them, but they don't want to talk to me.
So as far as your personal knowledge goes, that's the normal course of business to have a violation taped on your door?
Yes, that's what it usually is.
You testified that neighbors have not complained to you.
No.
Is Marty Berberg your neighbor?
No. She lives down the road, across the street. I'm next street over.
So Roger.
So in a number of areas, mobile homes fall into a weird jurisdictional dilemma because they aren't necessarily covered under landlord-tenant acts or as the same way because oftentimes people own the trailer but not the pad. And so there's a unique juxtaposition that happens oftentimes. And honestly, Hector, I am not sure. We just came into this together. This is how I do. So I've watched like one hearing with this guy. So I don't know what they're trying to do. It sounds like she's the plaintiff, Miss Wing. So I would assume it is either an eviction process or a vacating process where they force them to take their property and vacate the pad. But again, I'm not sure. I don't even know what the major complaint is, Artie, because we jumped into this halfway through the case. I don't think the original part from last week is still posted. So if I don't know why I didn't catch it, I'll try and catch this guy's stuff from going forward. But we will get a ruling. So that's good news, right? That's coming up next after this because we almost listened to it first, but then we went back. So let's see. Anyways, I just wanted to jump in and say that I don't know what the case is in Michigan, but I do know that in terms of landlord tenant and sort of legal procedures, there is a weird part where mobile homes fall under sometimes. So something to keep in mind. I think I'm gonna go make some popcorn. I'll still listen on my phone while I go make the popcorn, but I'm just gonna dip out of the video.
When you say neighbors, what do you mean by neighbors?
Anybody that lives around me.
So directly next to you?
Well, you got across the street, you got a trailer in front of me, and then two across from them. And then one that's next to me, plus a single one that lives 1 mile over from me.
But you don't consider Marty your neighbor?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Oh, Your Honor.
You can step down. Any further witnesses?
Not for me, Your Honor.
Any further witnesses?
Your Honor, I would like to call my rebuttal witnesses.
Okay. I'm just
Oh,
waiting.
sorry. I was waiting. I would like to call Miss Melissa Wing when the court is ready.
Ms. Wing, can you hear us? You need to unmute yourself now.
Okay.
All right. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You are under oath. We're here for rebuttal testimony. Please proceed.
Melissa, how would you prefer I address you at the court today?
Melissa's fine.
Perfect. Were you able to hear Pat and Roger's testimony?
I was, yep.
Pat testified that the neighbors, they're responsible for a lot of the vehicles. Do you remember this testimony?
Yes, I heard that.
Did you hear the testimony that it was the neighbors to the left of the Heckman's property?
I heard the neighbors. The north side of them is a vacant lot and the south side of them is a occupied unit.
Do you know if the neighbors that are occupied that live right next door to the Heckmans, do you know anything about their vehicle usage?
They directly have two vehicles, but they're gone most of the day. Those people work from 10:30 in the morning to 11 at night at the Mexican restaurant. So They may be home for a quick half-hour lunch or something here and there, but they work 6 days a week and are usually gone 12 to 13 hours a day.
Thank you. Ms. Melissa, if you received complaints about these neighbors with vehicle violations, would you also serve them a violation about where their vehicles are parked?
Most definitely.
Did you hear Pat's testimony about owners Chad and Kevin?
Yes.
To your knowledge, have Pat or Roger been given permission to park their vehicles or their guest vehicles in front of vacant lots?
No, the owners would have never told them that. They don't work against me, they work with me. That's why they hired me to do the job. So they leave all that up to me. Unless it's something I can't handle with the tenant, then they'll intervene. But never would they tell them to not follow the rules that simply they put in place.
Are you aware of any meetings between Chad and Kevin and the Heckmans?
They try to make their way through the park. We spend a lot of time out in the community when they do come. So there's been a few instances where they've had conversation with the Heckmans. They have complimented them on the appearance of their home. It is a much older home, but it is very, satisfying in appearance as well as the yard and the landscaping.
Melissa, do you recall Defendant's Exhibit 1, where there's a picture with a trailer outside Marty's residence on page 9? Do you have any additional information on why that trailer would be outside Marty's residence?
Yeah, as we testified before, Marty works for the park. She cleans homes, she cleans them out if there's an eviction or a move out, and most of the times people leave half of their stuff behind. So Marty used that trailer. That specific time she was cleaning out the vacant trailer across the street from her at 261 Robin. So she had it for a few days while she was hauling stuff to the dump and doing park work.
Melissa, did you hear Roger testify that there are 20 plus vacant lots?
There are.
Can you explain to the court why there are vacant lots?
Well, when we took over the park, there are 81 lots in the park total. When we took over, I believe there was 18 vacant lots. Since some evictions and people move it out as we get the old homes back and they're unrepairable or just too old to sink the money into, we would rather have something nicer looking. We usually just demo those homes, and we have demoed quite a bit, but we've replaced them with some brand new ones, some nice used ones. So we're almost back to where we started. We'll get rid of a few and then we'll gain a few. So I think right now we are at 21 vacant lots. We did have a lady move 3 of her units out. Well, she sold them, so the buyer bought them, moved them, but it's not a matter of they're vacant for a negative reason. It's because we're trying to get newer, nicer homes to make the community look a lot nicer.
Thank you, Melissa. Do you recall Pat's testimony where she said that there was a sewage backup on the property? And there's a picture in Defendant's Exhibits where it looks like a little bit of standing water.
Yeah, I believe she said to the trailer next door to her on the south side.
Do you know anything about any sewage leaks, any sewage backups?
I do know about some, but that particular one, no. I was never contacted and I had no idea anything about that one. the pictures look to be toward the back of the home, which would be by their shed area. And, you know, they have picnic tables and stuff in their yard. So, and sometimes other things, depending on when that picture was taken or when that was going on. I may not have been able to see something from the roadway or the sidewalk, but no, to answer your question, nobody ever notified me because that is something we take very serious and are on right away.
Thank you, Melissa. No further questions, Your Honor.
Counsel.
Ms. Wing, now, I understand you just testified that Chad and Kevin wouldn't, for lack of better words, undercut you in terms of your administration of the park. You would concede, however, that you haven't necessarily been at every meeting between Chad and Kevin and the Heckmans. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Okay, so as far as what Chad and Kevin may have instructed or told Mr. and Mrs. Heckman in those meetings in which you weren't a participant, you really don't have any idea as to what was said to Mr. and Mrs. Heckman. Isn't that right?
Well, when Roger told me that they said it was okay, I asked them and they denied ever telling him.
Objection, hearsay.
I think you opened that, I believe.
I accept.
So I'll accept the answer.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Your Honor. They denied having said that to the Heckmans?
That's correct.
Okay. But you again didn't participate in that meeting. So we've got a bunch of variations on what was discussed. You would acknowledge that, correct?
That's correct.
All right. With respect to the trailer that you said was being used by Marty to move things from the park. You recall that testimony just now?
Oh, yeah.
The trailer in front of Marty's residence, do you recall that?
Oh my God, my voice is so annoying. That came through on my phone still. I love you, Chris. Thank you so much. You guys are great. Oh, sometimes I forget what I sound like. I know I don't have an annoying voice, but you know when you hear your voice and you're like, who the fuck is that? And then you're like, that's me. Oh my God. Chad and Kevin. I don't think there is a Chad and Kevin. Why wouldn't Chad and Kevin be here? And yes, this is popcorn. It's fresh. It's hot. It's got olive oil, salt, and pepper. Somebody gifted me making eating popcorn ravenously the other night. Here's another one.
Yes.
Okay. Don't trailers have to be hooked up to a truck or to a vehicle in order to move?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you give me an explanation as to why this trailer then would be parked in front of her unit, but not be hooked to a vehicle for purposes of transport?
Should I be trying garlic powder on mine, Hector? I want to put a little paprika and garlic powder. Oh, I'm gonna go get some spices, bitches.
Doesn't have a hitch on her car, so she was using a friend's van where we borrowed the trailer from to transport the debris to and from the dump site.
Okay, yeah, but the picture that we are looking at has no van.
That's correct, because he used the van, so it was parked there overnight, and then she got the van back the next day to be able to hook up to and back over. And I mean, it took her 4 or 5 trips, a couple days to clean out that home.
So this trailer then was there on the site overnight 3 or 4 days?
No, it was
Isn't
there
that correct?
overnight one night, but it took her 3 or 4 days. But the one day he needed to use the van, but it was used for park purposes.
Okay, so in other words, if it's being used for park purposes, it's okay if it's unhooked to any vehicle and stays in the street overnight. But if my clients have a trailer that's in their yard for less than 24 hours, it's a violation of the rules for which you're now seeking to evict them.
Their trailer has been parked there for more than a couple hours. And that is not the only reason I'm seeking to evict them.
The rules say that things can be parked there for periods of 24 hours or less. Isn't that true?
It says no
Longer than 24 hours. Isn't that true?
That is not how it's stated in the rules.
The campers can't be there 24 hours?
Campers are different than a trailer. We're talking about a utility trailer, not a camper.
That's right, but the utility trailers are oftentimes attached to vehicles, including the campers, correct? When they're towing a motorcycle or towing something else. Isn't that true?
That's how you tow them down the road, yes.
Okay, so again, it's okay if it remains on the property for park purposes, but if it's for Mr. and Mrs. Heckman's purposes and it's there less than 3 or 4 days, you said it took 3 or 4 days to do all this work. So that means that trailer had to have been in there 3 or 4 days, correct?
Not correct. No, he took the trailer home with him.
Who took the trailer home with him?
The owner of the trailer in the van.
Okay. Ma'am, you muted yourself.
Slept overnight, one night, when he undropped.
You're gonna need to restate starting with the owner of the van and the trailer.
The owner of the van and the trailer took the trailer home with him. It was only parked overnight in the park one night.
Okay, the owner of the van, I'm sorry. Is the owner of the van affiliated with the park?
No, he is a friend of Marty's. She uses the trailer when she uses it.
So it's really not for park purposes then?
It is. She was doing work for the park, cleaning out a home.
But it wasn't her van and it wasn't her trailer.
That's correct.
Yeah, I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, just one question. Melissa, the leases are for tenants and residents in the park, correct?
Correct.
The park has obligations to those tenants, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that using a trailer to clean out a mobile home is for the overall good of the park?
That's correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else? All right. Any further witnesses?
Only other witness I had, Your Honor, is Marty, but her testimony would just be to cooperate the use of the trailer, so I feel it'd be superfluous.
All right, so you don't have to. I'm not saying you have to call more witnesses. I'm just asking if you are going to call more witnesses.
Yes, so, or at this time, I'm done calling my witnesses, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right then. You wish to provide a summary then?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. This case is straightforward. The tenants had multiple lease violations, over 11 violations of parking, multiple unauthorized individuals in the home. While some of the violations were cured, there's multiple other violations that have been going on for years. We're looking at specific violations that occurred over the last year, and this exceeds 11 violations. Any other tenant in the park would be going through this process as well. I'm asking this court to find just cause for removing Patricia and Roger Heckman from the park. Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. the man.
Did they leave the guy on the stand? I think the guy's still on the stand. F in the chat for petty and the poor dude sitting on the stand. She is super petty. I think tonight's episode might just be called F in the chat. Seriously, what the fuck? I think they left him on the stand. Even though she's on the stand. Or was on the stand. Also, I put the garlic powder. Fire. I also put some paprika. I didn't catch... We don't have any cayenne. I gotta get some cayenne. We're gonna see a ruling here. Also, I know I usually get all pissy, but that was a very short closing. Maybe she heard me bitching about her federal law thing, but that was a very short closing. Okay, let's keep going. No, I wish, Mayor. I wish.
For possession and termination of tenancy that's been provided to my clients and for or upon which this court is being asked to act indicates that the clients have failed to comply with the lease or agreement of the park with the rule or regulation of the mobile home park adopted under the lease. There's been ample testimony that there has been occasions when my clients have received warnings or notices. We had 2 other witnesses last week indicate they've received warnings or notices at points in time. And the testimony is clear in this matter. None of those warnings or violations seem to have persisted and continued the action taken by those tenants, whether it was the 2 gentlemen last week or by Mr. and Mrs. Heckman this time. In their testimony indicates that whenever they received a warning, they responded accordingly, whether it was the marijuana plant that was removed within an hour or 2, or whether there was other circumstances in terms of being asked to attend to something else, whether it's the removal of a camper that apparently had been there too long or claimed it had been there too long, or a trailer or something along those lines. There's been no indication by testimony or other admitted evidence in any way, shape, or form that those violations persisted. Why is that relevant? Because I think it requires under the law that the violations amount to things that, as it's indicated in the notice, that threaten the health, safety, or welfare of the park, its employees, or tenants, that would threaten or disturb the quiet enjoyment of the premises, and or which constitutes substantial annoyance to the tenants of the mobile home park. In no way, shape, or form can the actions of the Heckmans be said to amount to any of those. By the testimony of Ms. Wing herself, this is one of the more beautiful homes in the entire park. My clients take tremendous pride in this home. The pictures that have been admitted in and among Defendant's Exhibit 1 demonstrate a park in which their landscaping is beautiful. That demonstrates a porch area which is attended to, clean and attractive to the site. No way, shape, or form has this tenancy by the Heckmans been an embarrassment to this park. They live, unfortunately, along US 131. There is noise that comes from US 131. There's been no credible testimony offered by anyone that, in fact, any noise complaint that's been registered as a basis on which this eviction is sought, in fact, came from my clients. In fact, to the extent that there has been vehicle noise or motorcycle noise, it's just as likely that it has come from US 131 or from the gentleman on the street that don't reside with the Heckmans, but who have, I think the testimony was, crotch rockets and drive them up and down the road. So there's been nothing introduced that my clients have done something that's been improper, that has persisted in a way that would constitute a disturbing of the quiet enjoyment of the park, or serve as the basis for the termination of tenancy on the notion that they somehow have provided the landlord just cause. This is the third landlord-tenant matter brought against my clients in 3 years. They have lived there 23 years, 22 years. They never had such an experience until Miss Wing decided that they were going to be the object of her activities. There's been allegations that my clients have improperly let people park along the street. Well, we have the testimony from Miss Wing that now, remember, Your Honor, and it's not a part of Michigan law, I took a look, but it does give you some idea as to where things come down. I think it's in the state of Utah. Again, it's obviously not binding, but we've got 83, there's a law that says you have to have a certain number of parking units for every mobile home, every 4 or 5 mobile homes in the park.
Oh, yeah, okay. And if it's not a law in Michigan, then why would that even be relevant to bring up?
Well, I'm just simply saying that not only is there not those units available on a statute, but we've got them flooded in this mobile home park.
That's relevant, but the other law isn't relevant.
Well, I realize that, but the point is that the notion that somehow people are to be left without a parking spot for visitors is really something that this court ought to take notice of. There is nothing that would suggest that my clients have been a chronic abuser of any notion concerning parking, but in this particular circumstances, not only have they not been a chronic abuser, there hasn't been an alternative. You know, until very, very recently, the flooded area for visiting parking didn't permit people to use it in a way that would allow people to come in and come out of the park, visit tenants within there without running the risk of getting themselves wet. And frankly, that should be something that this court takes note of. This is not a situation where there is a problem tenant. This is a situation where we've got a bad relationship between the property manager and unfortunately, these tenants, for reasons that are really not understandable. But at this point in time, there's no basis to terminate the tenancy for just cause. We'd ask that this matter be dismissed.
And anything else?
No, Your Honor.
There you go. All right. And in recess, I'll review all the notes and I'll come back and I think it'll be 20 minutes, maybe half hour.
What a mic drop.
Do I have a copy of all the exhibits?
Look, Kit Boga would play next. No, I don't. I can't play that. We're going to see the fucking verdict.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Oh, back one more. Here we go. Let's vote in the chat. What do we think is going to happen?
These violations. Defense testimony elicited a position.
Pot argument makes me mad too. We all know how I feel about that. This sounds petty to me. It sounds like a personality conflict. She just didn't seem to bring much forward. Why doesn't she have a video of all of them zooming in and out on their bikes being loud? Like, But tenancy laws, I mean, they've already won 2 tenancy cases. That's pretty impressive. But it just means she probably figured out exactly what evidence she needs to present this time, unfortunately. I'm writing it down already.
This is, I believe, defendants, and then this is plaintiffs.
Yeah.
All right. See how well I can do reading my own writing here. All right. After the trial in this matter, obviously a great deal of testimony has been taken. I reviewed my notes on this, and I conclude there's 3 main categories of complaint in this matter that pertaining to noise, parking, and ground appearance. These are the main real thrusts of this case. There's a couple of other issues that are tossed in as well that I'll address as we go forward. But the main issue, as testified very specifically by Ms. Wang, the manager in this park, was the parking and the repeated violations of the parking issue. And it appears likely that the defendant in this case did allow and perhaps even encourage individuals to park haphazardly in the general vicinity of their home. I think it bears stating that simply by virtue of the being at the park 20 plus years does not give the defendants the right to appropriate all available spaces in front of other lots or vacant lots or in the neighborhood in general. Well, a good deal of evidence was presented that seemed to indicate these violations. Defense testimony elicited the position that many of the identified vehicles perhaps belonged to others. While that testimony seemed rather convenient, it must be said that the plaintiff did not have available documentation or testimony to indicate ownership of the vehicles in question. Apparently, no log identifying violating vehicles and tag numbers or IDs associated with those vehicles was created, and simply vague, and the production to this court by way of exhibit of rather vague and largely innocuous photographs does not really provide a basis for me to make a finding that it was indeed the defendants doing this. The photos do show what appears to be a chaotic and potentially dangerous patterns of parking, but the defendants have the burden of proving that the vehicles were owned by the defendants or by their guests. And to my
I think he means the plaintiff.
To my point, I don't believe that they did so. Not that they would not be able to do so or that they could not do so, they just did not do so in this circumstance. Like I said, there was no specific identifying information, no particular log presented, and there was simply a matter of violations issued that
oh my God, my big D came out premature.
Get many of them. Seemed, again, that seemed convenient testimony, but it does seem as though there is no specific identifying aspects of the repeated violations. That said, the idea that guest parking was available for some reason, the defense repeatedly attacked the idea of guest parking being unavailable at one time because snow was placed in the guest parking area, which was removed the next day as per testimony. And this vague concept also of flooding, even that even if the area were to flood at times of heavy rain, it is within the province of judicial notice that even occasional light rain is sporadic and it would certainly not make this guest parking area inaccessible much of the time, certainly not even most of the time. So I think that the extrapolating that to make it seem like there is no such thing as guest parking just because of these specific incidents is really largely damaging to the credibility of the defense position, and repeatedly coming back to that and going over that over and over again, just in my opinion, damaged their credibility. Furthermore, the testimony that here we come to an area. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Furthermore, the testimony that the owners of the park would work out a side deal with these particular defendants, all the while knowing that their very own manager was writing violations for that very specific behavior. That behavior being parking on vacant lot areas, is again significantly damaging to the defendant's credibility. That does not seem reasonable or likely in any event. There was no specific testimony from these individuals, but this court finds it hard to believe that the owners would extend such permissions in such an innocuous manner. Parking is not to be done anywhere other than the two spots allotted to the defendant's site and the guest parking area. Any permissions supposedly given from neighbors needs to be expressed each time, not an innocuous anytime you like. It can't be something to blanket type of notice. It's got to be each time, and it's got to be expressed, preferably in writing, frankly. Parking is a substantial issue, and it does rise to the level of something that I would consider would be a grounds for terminating. But again, it has not been identified in this circumstance that it was the defendants or the defendant's guests that were parking in that manner. I hope that that is not interpreted as an opening for the defendant's behavior in this manner to continue in the way it is. It's fairly obvious, much if not all of the parking identified was likely going to be associated with them. But again, the plaintiffs do have the burden of proof in that, and we don't have that. We do have testimony that some of the
I think it's very rare, Hector, that I have no clue because I don't know this judge very well, because I didn't see the beginning of the case. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm invested deeply in this case now to see if these people get evicted or not. He's fucking trashing us along here. In, out, up, down, playing the violin of court. I love it. This is what I look like all the time when I'm watching court by myself. Usually, I'm like, holy fuck, what's he gonna do?
Vehicles belong to other people. Again, that was also just as vague as the proposition that it was associated with the defendants. So this seems like it's just going to be a recipe for further consternation. In regard to the noise issue, that's another area where it seemed quite likely the concerns raised by the plaintiffs in this matter were largely directed towards the defendant's site. And the idea that the motorcycles revving on an immediate street would be confused with highway traffic nearby is almost offensive. Let's just leave it at it. It's not credible. There may well be noise from street traffic, but that is definitely, or highway or freeway traffic, that is definitely not the same as motorcycles revving and traveling at a high rate of speed within an immediate neighborhood. It's curious that one of the witnesses for the defendant's noise.
Chris, thank you so much. Have a great night. This is crazy. I hope so, Lisa. I'm getting like worried every time. I think most cases I have a really, really good idea of where it's going, or I know the judge so well that I can just tell. This is super long-winded. it's vague. I don't even know what all of the complaints were, so I'm not even sure what we're waiting for to hear, but I do know that we have 12 minutes left in this video. And I'm hooked. I mean, I'm just fucking hooked.
Complaints where they were trying to indicate that they were not creating noise issues was himself, by his own testimony, extremely hard of hearing. But the noise complaints themselves, while they could impact the quiet enjoyment of the park, I don't believe that the evidence provided rises to the level that I can, in good conscience, justify terminating the tenancy based solely on that. Marty did testify that she heard the revving motorcycles, and she looked down the street and she did see it was coming from the area of the defendants, and that is some testimony. It appears it would be better, from my point of view, to have had that followed up with testimony, and to make sure that there was a specific identification of the individuals, rather than either the defendants specifically or someone specifically associated with as a guest of the defendants, rather than that area of the street, because there was testimony of other neighbors in that area also having motorcycles. Again, this should not be looked upon as an open invitation or a considered win by the defendants, because it does appear that it's simply more specific identification
She's praying.
would make this case substantially more difficult. Let's put it that way. One issue that was quite frankly, in my opinion, quite significant was the incident pertaining to testimony of
Literally have heard judges spend less time talking about people's lives at stake. This judge is wordy. She's praying though, guys. She is praying. Melissa is praying. Dear God, third time's a charm. Please let me evict them. Also, he's literally laid it out. If she oh, what a horrible thing to realize. But if she was to watch this again, he literally said, if you had done this, that, and that, I would have to say this. But you didn't. It's like, don't fucking do that, judge. Her lawyer should be taking notes now.
About the repo.
This judge is definitely the guy in a board game or any type of game who read all the rules out loud to everybody beforehand and made them sign a contract that said that they understood the rules.
Of their brothers.
Remember he just said that every time they park in a neighbor's parking spot, they need to get explicit permission, preferably written. Every time. Tell me when in your life you've ever got written permission from your neighbor to park temporarily in their driveway. I mean, seriously. That's what you're but you were offended by the thought that the noise might be coming from the highway? Are you fucking joking? That fucking struck you hard for some reason. But you're like, oh, make sure that you get fucking Chad and Kevin to sign the paperwork or whatever. Every time, right, Artie? Every single time. This is nuts. This reminds me of fuckers. He's the type of dude who has a house that's on a public street, but puts cones in front of that house, as if he owns that shit, and it's only for him.
truck, and the fight described and testified to as a beating of the driver that occurred. That's a very different matter. The fact that the brother did not park in front of the defendant's home for some reason was looked upon as a basis of, you know, some sort of exploitation of the defendants. I find it to be nothing of the case. If anything, I find it to be just evidence that the brother was attempting to elude or hide from any collection efforts. I find it. I find it actually the fact that he actually did not park in front of his brother's home just indicated a willingness to frankly endanger other residents in the area by exposing them to a potentially explosive situation such as this repo action. And indeed it did become explosive, and as has been described by the brother running through several other yards, grabbing the truck door, opening it, and beating on the driver. This action, you know, obviously subjected the residents to a rather shocking and dangerous situation, and that is something that I was really, quite frankly, surprised it was not more thoroughly investigated and described.
Remember, we came in and after the plaintiff's case has already been closed. I'm fucking sitting here cursing myself, going like, why didn't you catch that last week? That's gold, but you can't catch them all. So we obviously missed the entire case, and the defense case rebuttal didn't address that. But maybe that's because it's not them, and they had a fucking car chase and a foot bail, and somebody beat on them in a trailer park. Oh, does Mikey have the footage? We gotta get that footage. What? Where is this? Can anybody do the record search? Oh my god. And a repo. Right, and a repo. And the one marijuana. This is why I love court. You can't write this. There's no reality television show I would rather be watching. None.
The fact of the matter is, it was simply described with the testimony that Marty provided in regard to that, but was no documentation or police report or even the name or the identity or testimony of the driver of that collection or repo man was indicated or placed on the record. So before by far being the most dangerous circumstance, simply not being explored sufficiently enough for to make a determination on that, that could well have been a very different matter. In regard to the property upkeep, this seems to be a matter where it's almost not an issue at all, frankly. It seems that parties largely agree that the defendants did a good job keeping up their property, and the efforts, frankly, in this circumstance, the efforts of the plaintiff to extrapolate from a couple of pictures that the area was in general disarray or unsightly was, you know, that injured their credibility as well. It does seem as though that the property is well maintained. If there is things that are laid out or in front of in the yard or in front of the garage, they are taken care of fairly immediately, and I don't see any reason to be exploring that particular aspect of this case any further. Defendant, in his closing summary on this matter, indicated that he bemoaned the fact that the defendant was 3 times had to be called upon to respond to an eviction action in this case, and quite frankly, I'm just gonna be honest, I expect there's going to be a fourth. If the parties continue to act the manner in which they are demonstrating that they are acting with each other at this point. The
Which means he's not evicting them, right? Because they're going
defendant
to be a
has
fourth.
testified they have large family and they visit often. Some of them visiting several times a week. But the fact of the matter is, they are parking haphazardly, and when they are just quote unquote stopping by, they're allowed to park essentially wherever they deem fit. But just stopping by is the very purpose of guest parking. And if indeed we have a basis of identifying infractions of this, again, as I've already described, manners of providing such identification, then it's just not allowed. If indeed there is no public parking space available and the 2 spaces in front of the defendant's site is not available, then there's no guest, there's no visit. That's just the way it is. That's a circumstance of where you decided to live if there is such limited parking. It's not a matter where it's prohibiting people from visiting, it's just that you are prohibited from parking in a manner that is in violation of the park rules. I really do urge the parties to work out a plan of action on this. This is something that it seems as though you could come to a reasonable accommodation where you can both work together to abide by these rules. I fully understand the efforts of the plaintiff to be attempting to maintain the integrity of the park, to develop it and to make sure that it is a presentable place and where people want to live and they're not having to deal with the haphazard parking, and which is it's a safety issue as much as anything else, but also the noise. And I don't think there was really a particular issue with the appearance of the property, but these are things that it seems that these parties, if in my mind, could be worked out. I don't have a great deal of confidence that they will be worked out. It doesn't appear that there's a great deal of willingness by either party, frankly, to be open to the such an accommodation and working together to make this tenancy work. I hope so. Let me just make one quick aside in regard to the marijuana plant. It is, I don't think it is in any way credible for defendants to say that he's not aware that marijuana is not a controlled substance federally, but there is a Michigan law making it legal for recreational use. But there are very specific regulations pertaining to grow requirements, and those need to be adhered to as well. In this circumstance, again, there was a grow that was clearly outside the parameters of what is illegal or allowable.
Grow, Judge, it is so far beyond a stretch to call a singular plant a grow that you've just lost all credibility with me. Seriously, you just lost it. It's gone. Seriously.
Grow facility, but there was no real investigation provided pertaining to any police investigation on that or any criminal action stemming from that. And so I won't go beyond that either. But again, that's a potential issue as you go forward, that just the virtue of not having action taken on it in this regard does not provide you with a green light or an open accommodation to do such actions going forward. All in all, I think by virtue of this, you should have gotten to come to the conclusion that I am not going to be terminating the tenancy. But it's not because I don't believe that there's improper action. I believe that the plaintiffs have not adequately demonstrated specific identification and responsibility for.
AKA, I just laid it out in the last 20 minutes, and if you care to rewatch it and be careful, you can evict them quite carefully or quite quickly. I laid it completely out for you. Seriously, he gave them a roadmap to eviction. He's like, I would have needed this, that, and this. Whatever. Finish your words, Judge. I don't even like giving the big D around you because you didn't want to. You did this because you had to. Lisa B's got a grow facility, you guys. An avocado grow facility. My God. Can you imagine being this guy's neighbor and him coming over the first time to meet you and he's like, hello, my name is my name is Mr. Ballard John, and I want you to know that I have pre-made up some contracts for parking that we can use on an as-needed basis, like when you would like your friends or family to park, and the 2 spots are already taken. And you would be perplexed at somebody who would think of such a thing. And I mean, like, seriously, it must be notarized also. Beforehand, Hector, it has to be notarized. Triplicate, in triplicate. And he has a pad that has them in triplicate so he can pull them out. Oh, I want that so bad to be merch. Oh, like a triplicate pad where you can have like an original copy, pink copy, and like a green copy that you fill out. And oh my God. Can you imagine if that was merch that we made where you get a notepad of fucking triplicate parking passes for your neighbors that you can fill out?
Much of the parking, and again, I do consider the parking as Ms. Boyden testified, certainly to be the main issue at hand here. But certainly as I've already indicated, I found the repo circumstance to be rather frightening and shocking and dangerous. But
Judge Aim watched Repo Wars.
So the defendant's call for the tenancy to be terminated is denied. Do you have your exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Not impressed with this relationship. I think you'll both do better. I think you both easily could do better. I wish you would.
We're clipping that. Oh my God. Oh my God. I will play that forever and always to anybody. Do you hear what he just said, you guys? Listen, not impressed with your relationship, either of you. Oh my God, it's fucking gold. Good night, Lisa. I love you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Not impressed with this relationship. I think you'll both do better. I think you both easily could do better. I wish you would. I hope you do. Off the record. Off the record.
Off the record. Fucking record, Judge. Mic drop at the end. Your Honor. Wow. Post-it notes with a picture of a beaver that says, learn to stay in the lines by coloring the beaver. For bad parkers. There we go. That's a good one. Oh, that's actually pretty funny. Oh my gosh. You guys, Melissa is super mad. I think these people could get a TPO against Melissa. I've heard of less. Like, Judge, or Your Honor, she takes pictures of everybody who comes to our house. She measures how much stuff we have in our yard constantly. Seriously. Miss Wing sucks. I'm sorry. It's not hard to get people evicted. If you've had 3 bites at the apple with 3 times to give to and you have a fucking lawyer, I'm sorry. But yeah, this guy's lawyer has been great, but these people obviously have some like, I mean, I've seen them evict people for every like little things. This is pretty nuts to me that she couldn't come with some real evidence. Also, I was laughing so hard at him being so shocked at repo stuff happening in a trailer park. Like, come on. You park like a dick. That's funny. I don't go on Facebook anymore, Mayor. None of it stuck. She's a maker. Absolutely none of it stuck. Melissa prayed. She prayed, and the judge just literally at the end said, this relationship sucks. My God. I just realized too, I'm yelling quite loudly, as I always do. I'm a loud person. That's the way life is. Also, I forgot, but med check. It's bedtime well, it's not bedtime. I have shit to do, but it's time for me to come off the computer live. It's too lazy to document. I think that's true. I bet she's bullied a bunch of other people out of their spots. Didn't they say like 15 or something in the last 2 years? Ciao, Hector. Thank you so much for being here. You guys, seriously. I'm going to write down the post-it notes. Also, apparently, we have a new show on Fridays at 8. Dale, Chad, Kevin, and Biff, which will be starting soon. And what else did I write down? Man, you guys, this all started with that disturbing the peace. And then we went through, what am I renaming this one to? We were renaming it to F in the chat for the hat, right? F in the chat for the hat. I'll probably try and do a hat emoji. You guys, I love hanging out with you. I appreciate you so much. I am proud of you. And I will talk to you soon. I'm going to try and post some videos, try and, follow through with some ideas. If today's your birthday, happy birthday. I love you. And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye. Wait, where's Larry Beaver? Larry. No, that's not Larry. Larry. Larry says good night. Love you guys.